Sitting at 15 timers right now. Still waiting on some timers. Coach Plummer says he needs some timers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2025 U.S. Masters Swimming Spring National Championship. Located at the beautiful Northside Aquatic Swim Center in San Antonio, Texas, I have my counterpart, Mr. Scott, here, and we are ready for an absolutely amazing day.
Cody and I are ready to make this weekend a great experience for you. We started off yesterday. We had 3 records broken in our distance events. We had some really fast relays, so we're off to a great start, and we're looking forward to having everybody here today. Welcome to the Northside Swim Center. If you have any questions, you can ask any of the individuals with a gray staff shirt on. They are part of the aquatic staff here, or any of us here at the announcers tables or the officials. I'm happy to help you. We've got a lot going on today. You'll hear several announcements throughout. For those that were participating yesterday, and the awards are ready for you. Go to the indoor pool to the south end, and on the windows you have some labels with names or team names. Take those off and step outside to the awards table and pick up your medals. We've got a great partner village, Cody. What kind of things can our athletes find?
You know, there's a lot of great things over there in Partner Village, and we are very, very thankful for all of our partners over there. Number one, Tier. So if you lose any of your goggles, you need some swim gear, stop by, see our Tier representatives. Also, Green Layer, the official event merchandise for the tournament this weekend. Also, Tri Swim. You guys will see their shampoos, conditioners inside the showers. Be sure to stop by, see our Tri Swim folks. Also, Infinite Nutrition. Their USMS race day blends are in the drugs of the booth. I highly recommend you swing by and see them, as well as Swim Trek, your destination for swimming vacations with over 50 destinations worldwide. We also have the USA Swimming Foundation, key in making all things happen in the USA Swimming world.
Make your way to the Partner Village throughout the weekend. And as we look for our last few timers, let's get ready for the national anthem.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you could please stand, remove your hats. The flag is on the south side of the stadium here for the playing of our national anthem.
once again, welcome to the Northside Swim Center in San Antonio. As the timers get prepared, we also wanted to remind you that this is a great weekend in San Antonio. All kinds of events going on. The St. Mary's Oyster Bake. Our Fiesta has started, which is a week-long party in San Antonio. A lot of things to do, a lot of places to go and take in the culture of San Antonio.
Yeah, and you know, Scott, I don't think that we could be blessed with better weather, especially for this time of year in San Antonio. Nice, lovely overcast, about 73 degrees right now in San Antonio. There may be some little bit of rain showers this afternoon, but for a meet, this is absolutely ideal weather.
Yep, we had great weather yesterday, and not too hot. Looks like our timers are coming down underneath the scoreboard, getting all set.
So I know, Scott, that you mentioned we had some records broken yesterday. I think we'd be a little missed opportunity to recognize those that broke some records yesterday. So first one was during event 3. I want to say that was the men's 1,000, where Anton Ispin now is the new record holder with a time of 9:17.76. And then we had 2 relays that were broken, one from the Olympic Club as well as one from Swim Fort Lauderdale. So congratulations to those team members that broke records yesterday.
That's great. Let's have some more records broken today and the rest of the weekend.
Just waiting to get that official word from Coach Plummer that we're ready to go. I see the athletes lining up. They're ready to go. I'm ready.
Cody, we also need to let swimmers and some of our spectators know that we've got some Olympians in attendance here this weekend. Casey Barrett from Canada swam in the 1996 Olympics. Anton Ibsen from Denmark swam in 2016 and 20. Vesna Shelnut from North Macedonia swam in 2000 and 2004. Michael Soderlund from Sweden swam in 80, 84, and 88 and has 1 bronze medal. Eduardo Soleche from Spain swam in 2016. Kirk Stackel from United States in 1988. Juan Valdivieso from Peru, 2000 and 2004. David Wharton from United States, 82 and 92. I'm sorry, 88 and 92, and he has a silver medal. And Ashley Whitney from the United States with a gold medal in 1996. Keep an eye out for those names. Visit with the Olympians and learn a little bit more about their experiences.
You know, Scott, the great thing that I love about coming to this USMS Spring National Champions is that we have approximately 268 teams represented here, spanning across just about 7,000 athletes.
That's awesome. And we're certainly glad you all are here in San Antonio.
All right, waiting for that official word from Coach Plummer that we're good on timers. Also from the officials, just waiting those last minute adjustments. So while we're waiting for those, some things we have in store today. We're going to start with the 200-yard freestyle, followed by the 200-yard medley relay, the 200-yard freestyle relay, the 100 fly, 100 back, 50 breast, and finishing it off with my favorite, the 400 IM. Great races in store for the day. Hopefully a few records to be broken. But you can't break records without what? Timers. And that's what we're waiting on. All right, so the officials on deck. Timers are on their way to their blocks. Once we get the thumbs up from the starters on both ends, we'll go ahead and get this bad boy started. I see 1 thumbs up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have been given the thumbs up. That means we are ready to go for event number 7, the men's 200-yard freestyle. Referees, we're going to turn it over to you.
We'd like him behind the blocks. You know how that is.
We're just about ready to go, but we could still use some more volunteer timers. Come on down, let's get this started. All right, we're ready to start Heat 1, the men's 200-yard freestyle. All right, Cody, in Heat 1, I've just got 2 swimmers. In lane 4, Francisco Lopez swims with Wisconsin Masters. And Frank Williams from San Diego Swim Masters is in lane 5.
Taking a look over on the even end is Heat 2. In lane 2, Ron Sachs from New Albany. Lane 3, Bradley Price from Longhorn. Lane 4, Mark Vingo from Arizona. Lane 5, Ron Weaver from Sierra Nevada. Lane 6, Dave Smith from Illinois. Lane 7, Richard Burns from Tamaulipas Aquatic Masters. Lane 8, Richard Abrams from Rocky Mountain. Lane 9, Robertus Vanderwidge from Lone Star. And in lane 10, William Burson from Rocky Mountain.
Cody, for those that are looking for a light snack, something to drink this morning. In the upper northeast corner in the second deck there, we have a concession stand that's being run by our host club team, Alamo Area Concessions. Be great if you can help them out, give back to a local club. Go on up and say hello.
Yeah, they have some. Yesterday they had some breakfast tacos up there, but they got some beverages, some snacks. My favorite, they got dill pickles up there. So be sure to stop by, say hello to the Northside Aquatic Booster Club. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also still in need of a few timers. Right now I'm being told lanes 9 and 10 on the odd end, as well as 1 to 2 lanes on the even side. Also, be sure, coaches, stop on out to the registration table. Make sure you pick up your relay cards. You don't want to be calling teams out towards the end of the day.
In Heat 1, Frank Williams finished with a time of 3:10.10. Congratulations, Frank. And he swims with San Diego Masters. Relay cards for this morning's events can be picked up at the registration table just inside the front gate where you came in this morning. All relay cards can be picked up there, and that will be the location this weekend for all relay card pickups.
Taking the first place finish over on the odd side, or even side, with a time of 2:25.91 is going to be Richard Burns, representing Tamalpais Aquatics Masters.
All right. Nice job, Francisco.
Are we good with timers?
In the odd pool Heat 3, from Michigan Masters in lane 2 is Gard Arneson. In 3, Bob Couch from Sarasota Sharks. Also from Sarasota Sharks is Lee Childs. Chuck Olson is in 5 from Michigan Masters. In lane 6, Alan Bernard from Tamalpais. In 7, Alan Bell from Puget Sound. 8, Edward Rudloff, the Olympic Club. And 9, Gordon Russell from Pegasus Aquatics. And in lane 10, Wayne Helm, Minnesota Masters.
Taking a look over on heat number 4 in lane 1, Greg Rust from Austin Area Racing Group. Lane 2, Tom Wiseman from Nashville. Lane 3, Richard Vale from Patriot Swim Team. Lane 4, Jim Alkery from Pegasus. Lane 5, Steve Wright from Michigan Masters. Lane 6, Douglas Burgess from Mercy Healthplex. Lane 7, Michael O'Donohue from Excel Swimming. Lane 8, Tom Phipps from Oregon Masters. And in Lane 9, Alan Kosovi from MOVY.
Sheila, how far back do you want it? Here or?
We need a timer in lane 9 odd end.
We're in need of a timer for lane 9 on the odd end. If we get someone to come on down, help us out. A timer for lane 9 on the odd end.
Here's another one. I don't know if you have him. Last name is Sieh, and it's pronounced Shay. It's an Asian. It said there's 3 of them.
Taking first on the even side with a time of 2:20.65, representing Excel Swimming, is going to be Michael O'Donohue.
In lane 1 of heat 5, Brian Voisard from Sarasota Sharks. Barry Mandel in 2 from Wisconsin. 3, Dean Foschill from Wisconsin. 4, Phil Dodson from Illinois Masters. In 5, Richard Bauman from New England. In 6, Dick Worrell from Longhorn Aquatics. Also from Longhorn in 7 is Larry Wood. Larry Krauser in 8 from Spokane. From Mercy Healthplex, Gary Colton in 9, and Patrick Harrington in lane 10 from Memorial.
On the even side, in lane 1, Dan Sheehan from Spokane. Lane 2, David Johnson from the Maroon Dogs. Lane 3, Mike Keek from the Olympic Club. Lane 4, Maxwell Stinchcombe from Longhorn Aquatics. Lane 5, Mike Phillips, Ensworth Aquatics. Lane 6, Stephen Fusler from Alamo area. Lane 7, Greg Joseph from Lone Star. Lane 8, Mark Richards from Swim Fort Lauderdale. Lane 9, Heinz Hercher from the Claremont Club. And in lane 10, William Lawson III from North Carolina.
In lane 5, from heat 5 in the odd lane, Richard Bauman from New England with a time of 2:04.20.
Very close race on the even side, but coming into the wall first with a time of 2:15.57. Representing Longhorn Aquatics, Maxwell Stinchcombe.
Heat 7, I have Nick Merrill in 1, Michael Ham in 2, Jim Callahan in 3, Guy Davis in 4. In 5, Craig Peterson. Greg Meek is in 6. Jay Lee is in 7. Mark Collins 8. Peter Hollett in 9, and Glenn Whiston in 10.
For heat 8 on the even side, lane 1, Paul Gretsch. Lane 2, John Herbert. Lane 3, Bill Elizondo. Lane 4, George Pasmino. Lane 5, Patrick Devlin. Lane 6, Jerry Lurdigan. Lane 7, David Murray. Lane 8, John Keene. Lane 9, James Kalki. We are also being told that we're still in need of some timers.
Pretty even race here in heat 7. And first to the wall is Guy Davis from Longmont, Colorado Masters. Time of 2:06.94.
Taking first for the even side with a time of 2:16.16 out of lane 4, representing Rocky Mountain, George Pasmino.
In heat 9, lane 1, Chris Cameraman. In 2, Russell Hubbard. Michael Moreland is in 3. John Sutter is in 4. George Johnson in 5. John Apker in 6. Victor Sternby in 7. Roy O'Neill in 8. Albert DiPrezito is in 9, and Peter Haynes is in 10. And Cody, I want to have a special shout out to a family friend in lane 3 in heat 8, Bill Elizondo. Welcome back home, Bill.
In lane 10, heat 10, lane 1, David McCartney. Lane 2, Charlie Matthews. Lane 3, David Groothouse. Lane 4, Robert Frappa. Lane 5, Robert Serzwinski. Lane 6, Joseph Lakis. Lane 7, John Davis. Lane 8, Tim Blackwood. Lane 9, Carl Edgerton. And in lane 10, Mitch Perry. I love the banter between the folks in the stands and the athletes.
Chris, is that you in lane 1? Looks like your fans want to help you up on the block. In lane 1, Chris Burnbridge from New Albany Aquatics. Mike Wise is in 2. Andy Rule from Connecticut in 3. Andy Cook in 4. Fred Schuster in 5. In 6, Rick Van Dyke. In 7, Carlo Trevani. Jeff Irwin is in 8. James Fisher in 9. And James Wise in 10.
Coming in first place for heat number 10 with a time of 2:02:14, representing the Rolls Bowl Masters, is Charlie Matthews. Looking at heat 12, in lane 1, Brad Von Rieden. Lane 2, Edward Brennan. Lane 3, Kurt Kelling. Lane 4, Scott Adams. Lane 5, Stephen Powell. Lane 6, Douglas Musler. Lane 7, Don Appleby. Lane 8, David Scott. Lane 9, Ed Coates. And in lane 10, Paul Sutter.
In lane 5, Fred Schuster from Phoenix Swim Club. In the odd lane, the odd pool with a time of 1:55.13. For Heat 13, in lane 1, Norman Scourge. In 3, Randy Howe. In 5, Doug O'Brien. In 7, David Kays. James Luby is in 8, Marshall Campbell in 9, and Mark Rubecki is in lane 10.
Taking the win for heat number 12 with a time of 2:02.44, representing Rocky Mountain, Douglas Monsteller. For heat 14 in lane 1, Matt Keller. Lane 2, Rob Nasser. Lane 3, Vic Perini. Lane 4, Richard Patino. Lane 5, Stephen Unruh. Lane 6, Matt Negrin. Lane 7, Kurt Dixon. Lane 8, Bob Baldici. Lane 9, Lawrence Lee. And in lane 10, Curtis Jenkins.
In lane 5, Douglas O'Brien from New England Masters with a time of 1:57.40. Nice swim, gentlemen. In heat 15, I have James Fleetwood from Tulsa Masters in 3, Michael Gustafson from Nashville in 4, Michael Buys from South Davis in 5, in 6, Abel Lopez from UC 16, and in lane 8, Robert Patrick from Longhorn.
Taking the win for heat number 14 with a time of 1:53.68, representing Nitro Swimming, Stephen Unruh. Taking the dive is heat 16 with lane 1 being Dale Gaines, lane 2 Mark Glass, lane 3 Kevin Kikries, lane 4 Jay Lay, lane 5 Brian Miller, lane 6 Scott Hemke, lane 7 Chris Courtney, lane 8 Kerry Sievert, lane 9 Christopher Colburn, and in lane 10 Byron Severson.
In lane 5, that's Michael Buys from South Davis Masters with a time of 1:57.81. Nice swim. In lane 1, heat 17, I have Matthew Langley. In 2, David Andre. In 3, Edward Tiazzo. In 4, Ron Orris. Don Secor is in 5. Jens Christensen is in 6. Benjamin Reed in 7. George Pinal in 8. Chris Daniak in 9. And Carl Konopke in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 16 with a time of 2:06:05, representing the Lone Star Masters, Scott Himke.
We've got Ron and Don battling it out in 5 and 6 in the odd pool. Ron and Don.
For heat 18 in lane 1, Brian Goldberg. Lane 2, George Qualley. Lane 3, Mark Morrison. Lane 4, Jonathan Matthews. Lane 5, Andrew Babcock. Lane 6, David Kraft. Lane 7, Tracy Wright. Lane 8, Martin Torres. Lane 9, Shane Stetter. And in lane 10, Aaron Hawkins.
Don Secor in lane 5 from Illinois Masters with a time of 1:51.75. Nice race, guys. This is heat.
Taking first place for heat 18 with a time of 1:49.62, representing Wisconsin Masters, Andrew Babcock.
Heat 19. In lane 2, Jeremiah Stanton. Austin Fraser is in 3. Nathan Posey in 4. Stephen Kernion in 5. Braden Orr is in 6. Alex Shea is in 7. Jimmy Hong in 8. And Ali Akarati in 9.
Yesterday, they kept... Thank you.
We're in need of a relief timer for lane 8. On the odd end, once again, we're in need of a relief timer for lane 8 on the odd end. There's still 22 teams out there that need to stop at the registration table, see Ms. Barbie, and pick up their relay cards. In the meantime, Heat 20 dives into the water with Lane 1 being Mark Beard, Lane 2, Kurt Havens, Lane 3, Frank Muncha, Lane 4, Billy Reinhart, Lane 5, Rangelo Dominguez, Lane 6, Adam Patel, Lane 7, Braden Clark Griffin, Lane 8, Adam Brown, Lane 9, Dustin Pfluger, and in Lane 10, Bean Weaver.
In lane 2, Jeremiah Stanton from Rio Grande Swim Club with a time of 2:09.02 from heat 19. Nice swim, gentlemen. Heat 21, Tim Tully in 1, Jeff Pierce in 2, Benjamin Travelstead in 3, Renato Ferreira in 4, Juan Valdivieso in 5, Felipe Maia in 6, Joseph Anderson 7, Matthew McGillicuddy in 8, Trent Chino in 9, and Mike Balestra in 10.
Putting everything he had to finish it out and overtake the leader throughout the race is going to be Billy Reinhart from the Olympic Club, coming in with a final time of 1:55.22.
And first to the wall is Benjamin Travelstead from New Mexico Masters with a time of 1:45.97. Nice swim, guys.
Swimming on the far side in lane 1, Bonifacio Contreras. Lane 2, Adam Johnson. Lane 3, Siha Young. Lane 4, Aaron Osleski. Lane 5, Dustin Schneider. Lane 6, Robert Frawley. Lane 7, Ross Hartley. Lane 8, Cody Harvey. Lane 9, Nicolo Toretto. And in lane 10, Rob Duguay.
Heat 23, Sean Chalice in 1, Jeff Engie in 2, Bobby Savulich in 3, Peter Klein in 4, Drew Modrov in 5, Kyle Green in 6, Daniel Wall in 7, Jackson Wang in 8, Chris Conroy in 9, and Chase Mesford in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 22 with a time of 1:53.84, representing Georgia Masters, Dustin Schneider.
The record in this event for this age group is 136.56, held by Josh Davis. We have a seed time from Drew, 139.7. Let's see what can happen here.
Where can I find you, please?
24 dives into the water, with lane 1 being Anthony Garrity, lane 2 David Patterson, Lane 3, Mackie McLaughlin. Lane 4, Elliot Belcher. Lane 5, Eric Mueller. Lane 6, Morgan Fatora. Lane 7, Anton Tran. Lane 8, Patrick Murphy. Lane 9, Rob Roll. And in lane 10, Justin Rowland.
In lane 5, the great swim, Drew Modrov from Agua Masters. Just off the record. Great swim. Heat 25 in the odd pool. In 1, Matthew Thompson. In 2, Sam Tierney. 3, Matthew Nephew. In 4 is McKay King. Paul Mark Schweitzer is in 5. Adil Aswab is in 6. Keeler Callahan 7. Griffin Schumacher in 8. William Hartge in 9. And Yael Garnica is in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 24 with a time of 151.76, representing Sockwell Swim Club, Patrick Murphy. Heat 26 takes the leap into the water with lane 1 being Timothy Phillips, lane 2 Brian Hogan, lane 3 past Olympian Anton Ispin, lane 4 Austin Quinn, lane 5 Lucas Baru, lane 6 Tom Kramer, lane 7 Daniel Miller, lane 8 Jack Preto, lane 9 Thomas Lexinger, and in lane 10 Andrew Dazuki.
And swimming for New York Athletic Club in lane 1 was Matthew Thompson with a time of 1:43.97. Nicely done, gentlemen.
The correct second swimmer is Stephen Fernian.
Heat 27, lane 1 is Logan Wintermute. In 2, Jeremiah Nicoloso. In 3, Justin Chu. In 4, Zach Hingston. 5 is Nicholas Yang. In 6 is Andrew Stublin. Luke Klinman is in 7. Brian Stroyinski is in 8. Luke Daly in 9. And Adrian Pettis in lane 10.
Taking the win for heat number 26 with a time of 138.30, Representing Club Tribe, Lucas Baru.
Winning heat 27 is Andrew Stublin, all the way from Alaska. Alaska Masters Swimming.
For heat 28 in lane 1, Matthias Altman-Kruski. Lane 2, Avery Turner. Lane 3, Micah Murdoch. Lane 4, John Klotsky. Lane 5, Eric Steinman. Lane 6, Steve Folick. Lane 7, Christopher Flynn. Lane 8, Nathaniel Hubthel. Lane 9, Matthew Eckerson. And in lane 10, Riley Bond.
Nice swim, gentlemen. Heat 29. Heat 29, lane 1, James Porkanowski. In 2, Carter Jacobson. Eric Livingston is in 3. Max Irwin in 4. Murphy McQuett in 5. In 6 is David Murphy. Carl Sawyer is in 7. Tyler Clawitter in 8. Nicholas Geronis in 9. And Daniel Galarza in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 28 with a time of 1:46.25. Out of Cedar Flames, Steve Follick. Heat 30 dives into the water with lane 2 being Jack Nystrom, lane 3 Armad Maikad, lane 4 Camilo Alvarez, lane 5 Matthew Cooley, lane 6 Matthew Yuffie, lane 7 Luke Kelly, lane 8 Casey McQueen, and lane 9 Jonathan Taylor.
In lane 5, Murphy McQuett from the Olympic Club with a time of 1:40.16. Nice race, gentlemen.
Scott, I feel like at some point we're going to start sounding like the auctioneers.
Heat 31 in lane 2, Nihar Vidhanala. In 3, Fernando Andres Martin. In 4, Kevin Kennedy. Danila Erzakov in 5. In 6, Colin Sparger. 7, Michael Owen. Chris Johnson is in 8. Michael Ryan in 9. And Joseph Frankovich is in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 30 with a time of 1:56.06, representing Team Walker, Matthew Cooley.
In lane 5, Danila Erzakov, hopefully pronounced that right, from Longhorn Aquatics. Time of 1:43.16. And that concludes the men's 200 freestyle. Event 8, women's 200-yard freestyle, heat 1. Step up if you're using the block. Step up. In heat 1, Valerie Campbell from Freedom Aquatics. In 2, Candy Christensen from Wisconsin Masters. 3, Georgia McDaniel from Illinois Masters. Joanne Menard from Mesa Aquatics is in 4. Linda Webb is in 5, and she swims for Swim Fort Lauderdale. In 6, Stephanie Scott, Walnut Creek. Elaine Devenish is from New Albany Aquatics in 7. Jen Clifford is from Arizona is in 8. And in lane 9, Diet Sauer from Masters of South Texas.
Then taking a look over at heat 2, in lane 2 we got Sarah Bowles, lane 3 Betty Lamb, lane 4 Patricia Hood, lane 5 Deborah Peterson, lane 6 Elizabeth Barter, lane 7 Mary Schneider, lane 8 Marge Yoder. So Scott, there's a lot of great opportunities when it comes to U.S. Masters swimming. A lot of resilient swimmers in the water, and I heard that we got a great story about somebody getting ready to come into the water. Tell me a little bit about this.
In our next heat, in heat 3 in lane 10, we have a swimmer, Lynn Morrison, who's done just that. On January 20th, she was putting some items away in the walk-in attic, and she stepped in the wrong place, and she fell 9 feet to the floor below. She shattered her pelvis in 6 places, broke 10 out of 12 ribs, fractured her elbow and C2 vertebrae. She was in the hospital for 6 days and rehab after that. She had emergency surgery. She's got screws in her pelvis to hold it together, but she was walking as soon as she could. She got back in the pool, and the doctors have attributed her success and recovery to her swimming and her health. She was cleared by her spine surgeon to dive from the side of the pool, and she's done that. And she's very grateful to all of her friends, and USMS community have supported her and encouraged her these past few months. She will be in our next heat in lane 10. Congratulations on your healing, Lynn, and welcome to San Antonio.
An amazing story right there of resilience. You know, the 20th of January was just about 95 days ago, give or take, and here she is getting ready to dive in the water.
And congratulations, Joanne Menard from Mesa Aquatics with a time of 2:59.13. Congratulations, swimmers. Ready for heat 3. For heat 3 in lane 1 is Carolyn Lyman. In 2, Margaret Hare. 3, Karen Russener. In 4, Heidi Rimac-Ziff. In 5, Laura Val. Cindy Bowling is in 6. Susan Corsadal is in 7. Sandy McTavish in 8. Katie Kissinger in 9. And in 10 is Lynn Morrison.
Taking a look over on the far side for heat number 4 in the water for lane 1, Catherine Frost. Lane 2, Paula Conroy. Lane 3, Kim Watson. Lane 4, Karen Andrews Hughes. Lane 5, Zenna Courtney. Lane 6, hometown Susan Ingram. Lane 7, Susie Cotton. Lane 8, Karen Oliver. Lane 9, Kathleen McGreen. And in lane 10, Jean Hoffman.
In first place for heat number 3, Laura Val from Tamalpais with a time of 2:14.25. Nicely done. In heat 5, lane 1, Becky Monahan. In 2, Teresa Escobar. Susan Cushman is in 3, and Inda Shannon is in 4. Linda Irish Bostic is in 5. Catherine Taylor in 6. Annie Rubis in 7. Nancy Spear is in 8, and in 9 is Dana Gilchrist. Angelica Gilmer is in 10.
Taking a look down at the far side in heat number 6, lane 1, Kathy Garner. Lane 2, Charlotte Hollings. Lane 3, Lynette Hennessy. Lane 4, Patricia Campbell. Lane 5, Andrea Salmi. Lane 6, Becky Clevenger. Lane 7, Valerie Jenkins. Lane 8, Janet Goodridge. Lane 9, Beth Pelvich. And in lane 10, Kimberly Goyloff. Taking first for heat number 5 with a time of 2:27.03 from Palm Beach Masters, Linda Irish Bosick. And then taking first place for heat number 8 with a time of 2:10.08 from North Bay Aquatics, Andrea Solmi. We're in need for some timers for lane 8 and lane 10 on the odd end. Once again, need some timers for lane 8 and lane 10 on the odd end.
In heat 7, lane 3, I have Heidi Shakes from Rose Bowl. In 4, Dee Davis from Ensworth. In 5, Jennifer Brennan from Landshark Aquatics. In 6, Marilyn Lipstroer from Freedom Aquatics. In 7, Sarah Cawthorn, Minnesota, and Dana Green is in 8. She swims with North Carolina.
For heat 8 in lane 1, Jennifer May. Lane 2, Stephanie Stone. Lane 3, Allison Robertson. Lane 4, Elizabeth Eden. Lane 5, Kate Gilbert. Lane 6, Diane Gold. Lane 7, Dale LeClaire. Lane 8, Tita Elis. Lane 9, Lauren Wetling. And in lane 10, Michelle Watkins.
Jennifer Brennan in lane 5 from Landshark Aquatics with a time of 2:28.61. Nice swim, ladies.
Taking first for heat number 8 with a time of 2:08.51, representing the Lone Star Masters, Stephanie Stone.
Jays.
Attention coaches, we have 8 teams still needing to pick up their relay cards from the registration table. Once again, just 8 teams. Swing by the registration table, pick up your relay cards, please.
In Heat 9, Lane 3, I have Crystal White. In 4, Michelle Heil. Sherry Myers in 5, Wendy Humphreys in 6, and J.J. Good in 8.
Heat 10 diving into the water with lane 1 being Penny Dudley, lane 2 Allison Moore, lane 3 Julie Desolery, lane 4 Kathleen Robert, lane 5 Allison Hayden, lane 6 Abby Pledger, lane 7 Mary Sullivan, lane 8 Jacqueline Singarelli, lane 9 Michelle Bierseret, and in lane 10 Fontaine O'Connor.
Athletes, don't forget to take a walk out to the partner village. Got some great hydration drinks that were established by swimmers, for swimmers. It's low sugar sports drink, all natural ingredients, and there's no dyes or colors added. Go fill your bottle, get a free sample. Make sure you stay hydrated this weekend.
Hey, Claude, will you please come over here to the audience?
In lane 5, Sherry Meyer from Wisconsin Masters with a time of 2:18.74. That wasn't me, that was Cody.
I didn't do it. It was that guy. start to cry. We're still looking for a few more teams to pick up the relay cards. Those teams are Connecticut, Georgia, Maroon Dogs, New York, San Diego, and the University of Rhode Island.
In Heat 11, Lane 2, I have Joanne Crompton. In 3, Paola Morcio. Brooke Fleshner is in 4. Tessa Reeves is in 5. Michelle McCarthy is in 6. Camille Tan in 7. And Colleen Reese in 8.
We're in need of a relief timer for lane 2 on the odd end at the conclusion. And then taking a look over at lane 12. For lane 1, we got Leslie Hodges. Lane 2, Allison Carey. Lane 3, Kissy Cochran. Lane 4, Lisa Whitten. Lane 5, Jennifer Brooks Crozer. Lane 6, Jane Kelsey. Lane 7, Eve Mittingenberg. Lane 8, Kelly Darlick. Lane 9, Kaisa Krusco. And in lane 10, Allison Gary.
We have our first tie with a time of 2:16.24. Lane 4 with Brooke Flesner, and in lane 6, Michelle McCarthy. Nicely done, ladies.
Coming in first for heat number 12 with a time of 1:58.76, representing New England Masters, Jennifer Brooks Crozier.
I have heat 13 in the water. Alexa Arcos in 2. In 3, Aaron Horrell. 4, Shannon Mulcahy. In 5, Christina Bonanno. In 6, Caitlin Daniels. 7, Jordan Kokonis O'Malley. In 8, Megan O'Donnell.
Was there a recent call for timers or not?
Taking a dive is heat number 14, with lane 1 being Shannon D, lane 2, Molly Ward, lane 3, Melanie Robinson, lane 4, Grace Damon, lane 5, Meredith Adkins, lane 6, Laura Templin, lane 7, Erica Delancey, lane 8, Nicole Willingham, lane 9, Ashley Manowski, and in lane 10, Michelle Zeigen.
Come on, Cody.
Hey, this isn't my problem. It's a north side problem.
And yet, what I'm thinking is you've got those charge cables running across it. That's I'm about to try. If I've got balance cables, it's supposed to eliminate. Well, then
Laura Templin in lane 6 with a time of 2:05.18 from heat 14. In lane 2, I have Ashley Clendenin. In 3, Marion Arndt. In 4, Jennifer McIntyre. And in 5, Vesna Shellnut. In 6 is Elizabeth Jones. Stephanie Razor is in 7. In 8 is Vanessa Kerr. Cynthia Roberts is in 9. And Shelley Hirschkorn is in 10.
Heat 16 currently in the water, with lane 1 being Lexi Turek, lane 2 Tiffany Newell, lane 3 Catherine Turner, lane 4 Nicole Bott, lane 5 Mary Holman, lane 6 Megan Novak, lane 7 Maren Schneifer, lane 8 Sarah Jane Spano, lane 9 Katrona Cuthbert, and in lane 10 Susan Ringer.
Vesna Shellnut in lane 5 with a time of 1:59.99.
Just looking for a coach from San Diego to pick up the relay cards. Congratulations, San Diego. You are today's winner on the last person to pick up the relay card. Taking first for heat number 16, representing the Rocky Mountain team, is Mary Holman with a time of 2:11.24.
I have Jen Speldenner in lane 1. In 2, Sarah Lipton. Brittany Webb is in 3. Sarah Holman in 4. Caroline Johnson in 5. Caitlin Kerbeau in 6. Kristen Siaka in 7. Victoria Hill in 8, Lauren Rose in 9, and Sadie Chen is in 10.
Krasinski. Those are fairly easy for me.
18 taking the leap into the water with lane 1 being Caroline Krasinski. Lane 2, Natalie Garrett. Lane 3, Hera Schroeder-Larkins. Lane 4, Marielle Balls. Lane 5, Nicole Larson. Lane 6, Yolandi Vandermeer. Lane 7, Lindsay Shand. Lane 8, Lucy Rica. Lane 9, Morgan Oxley Brigetti. And in lane 10, Kathleen Pruden.
And Caroline Johnson from Georgia Masters in lane 5 with a time of 1:56.96. Heat 19 in lane 2 is Faith Beers. In 3, Madison Littlepage. Natalia McDonald is in 4. Brianna Lacey in 5. Erin McDonald in 6. Elise Miller in 7. And in 8 is Jamie Filisette.
Taking the win for heat number 18 with a time of 1:56.25, representing the San Diego Swim Masters, Yolandi Vandermeer.
Almost on 19. He's on 20. We have 23.
All right, we've just received words that all relay cards have been picked up. So now we can begin the reminders that athletes, make sure that you positively check in for the distance events tomorrow. This is done online and must be done by 5 p.m.
Music, swimsuit, body.
Brianna Lacey in lane 5 from Swim Fort Lauderdale with a time of 2:05.70.
Coming in with what we call that outside smoke in lane 1 with on the far side with a time of 1:59.56, representing Ensworth, Shannon Chelsvig.
She said only the younger group, not the older group. The last relay. So this is it. Now it's 5 minutes.
Heat 21, Isabel Blaze in 1, Erica Silverman in 2, Anna Stalick in 3, Virginia Burns 4, Verity Abel in 5, Erin McCann in 6, Delaney Smith 7, Jacqueline Schaefer 8, Melanie Zaraska in 9, and Julia Moran in 10.
Heat 22 dives into the water, with lane 3 being Alyssa Rauscher, lane 4 Michaela Judas, lane 5 Lucy Brown, lane 6 Kelly George, lane 7 Megan Walchich, and in lane 8 Bailey Judas. Athletes, just a reminder that at the close of Heat 23, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we dive into the relays. Once again, we'll take a 5-minute break before we dive into the relays.
Lane 4, Virginia Burns from the Olympic Club, a time of 1:51.87. Nice swim, ladies. And this is the last heat of the women's 200 free. In lane 1, Vivian Redmond. In lane 2, Mick Tosik. In 3, Nicole Matera. In 4, Margot Kozorowski. Jalen Hardy is in 5. Lauren Johnson is in 6. Phoebe Betts in 7. And in lane 8, Natalia Oganesian. Carla Faces is in 9. And in 10, Alexis Kramer.
Taking the win for heat number 22 with a time of 2:18.04 from the University of Rhode Island, Keely George. It's a close, tight race here for the last heat of the women's 200 freestyle. Tight race amongst the top three, top four, with less than a half a body length coming in to the final turn. Who's got the gas in the tank to get it into the wall first? Coming into the wall first with a time of 1:55.68 from the New York Athletic Club, Margaret Karzarski.
Great swim, ladies. We'll take a 5-minute break. If I could have everybody's attention here for just a few minutes. Go ahead, step up. I want to introduce a great friend of mine, Mr. Don Boyd. Don has been coaching since 1970. This evening up in Austin, Don is going to be inducted into the Texas High School Swimming and Diving Coaches Hall of Fame for his continued service for over 55 years. I had the pleasure of coaching alongside Don back starting in 1979. We both coached for Clark High School here in the Northside School District. Don continued for years and years, and he still works here in Northside. He's the one that manages the water quality that you're swimming in today. So again, if you would give Don a round of applause for all of his years of service, and congratulations on your induction. We will see him this evening up in Austin.
Don is one of the many, many folks that you guys see working behind the scenes, so very, very deserving to this amazing man, as well as many of the other Northside staff. But while we wait, I think there's no better opportunity than to let everybody get their dancing legs out. I see you guys up there. Get it, Terry. I'm trying to figure out who the best dancer is in the stands. Right now it's going to the ladies in the orange hats right now. I see you down there. I like to see the officials getting into it. Rudy, be careful. I don't want you getting hurt. All right. I think we got this one down. Let's crank it up a notch. All right, all right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it is time for my favorite part. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump right back to the activities, moving into event number 9, the men's 200-yard medley relay. If lane 5 breaks that time, they break their own record.
Oh, mercy. That hurt.
Cody, in this race, each swimmer does a different stroke. Is that correct?
That is very correct. That first stroke being backstroke, followed by breaststroke, followed by butterfly, followed by freestyle. In that very particular order. Bad things happen if you don't swim in that order. Racing against their own current record, currently in lane 5, Swim Fort Lauderdale with a time to beat of 2:15.38.
Can't believe that guy's 75. Can't fly like that.
In lane 5 from Swim Fort Lauderdale. Let's wait and see what that time is.
I'm gonna look over to my friend Herb, see if we can get an updated time to see if that record will hold. Herb's giving me the I don't know. Taking a look over on the far side in lane 1, Minnesota, lane 2, Rose Bowl, lane 3, Lone Star, lane 4, New Braunfels, lane 5, Swim Fort Lauderdale, lane 6, the Olympic Club, lane 7, Wisconsin, lane 8, Sierra Nevada, and in lane 9, Mercy Healthplex.
We'll wait for official times. Lane 5, 2:11:31. Sounds like a new record to me.
That is our
Swim
first
Fort
record of
Lauderdale.
the day. Good job, Fort Lauderdale. Splash.
In Heat 3, we have in 1, Lone Star Masters. 2, Maroon Dogs. In 3, Wisconsin Masters. In 4, New Albany Aquatics. Lone Star Masters in 5, Longhorn Aquatics in 6, Illinois Masters 7, Rocky Mountain Regional in 8, Movi in 9, and Team Ridgely in 10. Breaststroke leg.
Just for general awareness, over there for Heat 3, current record time is 149.55, with our top seed being seated at 150.7.
It's Wisconsin Masters in lane 5. Tom Grisa, swimming butterfly. James Fisher going to anchor.
It's going to be a tight fit there. If lane 5 wants to take the record, they better pick up the pace, pick up the speed.
Lane 5, Lone Star Masters with a time of 152.65.
For the athletes behind the blocks, if you're not up to swim, could you please step behind the tent to allow the officials to walk back and forth? Taking the dive on the far side, Heat 4 with lane 1 being Los Angeles, lane 2 Team Walker, lane 3 Rocky Mountain, lane 4 Longhorn Aquatics, lane 5 Wisconsin, lane 6 New Albany, lane 7 Rock R Racing, lane 8 Illinois, lane 9 New England, and lane 10 Puget Sound.
We've got Team Ridgely in 1, New Albany in 2, Longhorn 3, Club Tribe in 4, Wisconsin 5, Lone Star 6, North Carolina 7, Palm Beach in 8, Oregon 9, and Excel in 10. Seen some great underwater swims.
Scott, one of the amazing things I love about relays is all the numerous types of exchanges you will see. You'll see some step-up starts, some swing starts. The changes and transitions are my favorite part of relays. Final swimmers in the lead, or in the water on the far side, looks to be Texas Longhorn Aquatics in the lead currently. Followed closely behind is going to be New Albany. Does New Albany have the gas in the tank to finish it all the way through?
Really nice underwaters.
Coming into the
Final
wall
swimmer.
Coming into the wall first with a time of 1:49.19 on the far side, Longhorn Aquatics.
In lane 5, looks like Wisconsin's coming in. All right, lane 5, Wisconsin Masters, 146.96. Nice relays, gentlemen.
Diving into the water is going to be heat number 6 on the far side. Lane 1, Wisconsin. Lane 2, Southern Master Swimmers. Lane 3, Longhorn Aquatics. Lane 4, Club Tribe. Lane 5, University of Rhode Island. Lane 6, New Albany. Lane 7, University of Rhode Island. Lane 8, Swim Fort Lauderdale. Lane 9, Rio Grande. Lane 10, Longhorn Aquatics.
Let's go, boys.
Heat 7. We have Longhorn Aquatics in 1, Austin Swim Club 2, New York Athletic Club 3, Little Rock Masters is in 4. In lane 5 is the Olympic Club. In 6, Far Above Swimming. 7, Palm Beach Masters. 8, New Albany Aquatic Club. 9, Longmont Colorado Masters. And 10, Andrew and Walter Young YMCA.
Cruising into the wall with a final time of 1:49.92, the University of Rhode Island.
It's lane 5 right now, the Olympic Club. Great race.
Can I get that back? I gotta get Mike's signature on there.
Lane 5, the Olympic Club, 135.45.
Nice sled.
So this one is the one at Alamo Heights. We got at Alamo, so that's good. Huh?
Heat 8 currently in the water. Lane 1, Minnesota. Lane 2, Alamo area. Lane 3, New England. Lane 4, Spokane. Lane 5, Rocky Mountain. Lane 6, Rose Bowl. Lane 7, Lone Star. Lane 8, Ensworth. Lane 9, Far Above Swimming. And then Lane 10, Swim Fort Lauderdale.
In Heat 9, I have New Mexico Masters in 1, Agua Masters 2, Oregon Masters 3, Michigan Masters in 5, Nickel City Splash in 6, New Albany 7, Alamo Area Masters at Alamo Heights in 8, Illinois Masters 9, and Pegasus Aquatic Masters in 10.
Final swimmers in the water on the far side, coming in freestyle. And first into the wall with a time of 1:46.06, Spokane Club Masters. To the athletes that are behind the blocks, before the race, if you guys could do us a favor, if you're not swimming, please take a step back to allow the officials to walk back and forth. It would make some of these transitions for officials a little easier.
New Albany Aquatics Masters. Great swim, 136.78.
Heat 10 taking the dive on the far side. Lane 1, Woodlands Masters. Lane 2, the Olympic Club. Lane 3, the Olympic Club. Lane 4, Wisconsin. Lane 5, the Olympic Club. Lane 6, New York Athletic Club. Lane 7, Club Tribe. Lane 8, New York Athletic Club. Lane 9, Minnesota. And in Lane 10, Nova Aquatics.
And Heat 11, the last heat of the 200-yard medley relay men's. Rocky Mountain Regional Masters in 1, Club Tribe in 2, New York Athletic Club 3. Also in lane 4, New York Athletic Club. Team Walker in 5, Olympic Club in 6. In 8, you have Club Tribe, 902 Performance, and Lone Star Masters is in lane 10.
Coming into the wall first for a very, very tight finish for your top 3, but taking it first with a time of 128.63, the Olympic Club.
It's Team Walker going into butterfly.
So, do you know who's organizing this? I'll find out what leg.
Anchor leg. Great race going on.
It's going to be a very, very tight race here between first, second,
New York
and third.
Athletic Club. Team Walker.
Stroke for stroke. Who's got the gas in the
Olympic
tank to take it
Club.
into the wall? Ooh! Ooh!
Get to the wall, boys.
Coming in first there with a time of 1:30.91 is the New York Athletic Club.
5-minute break.
All right, time to move on to the women's 200-yard medley relay.
This is heat 1 of the women's 200-yard medley relay. In lane 1, Wisconsin Masters. Lone Star is in 2, Wisconsin Masters in 3, Rocky Mountain Regional Masters in 4. In 5 is Swim Fort Lauderdale. 6, New Albany Aquatic Club. 7, Rocky Mountain Regional Masters. 8, Lone Star Masters. 9, Michigan Masters. And 10, Swim Fort Lauderdale.
Taking a dive in is heat number 2 on the far side. Lane 1, Rocky Mountain. Lane 2, Lifetime Swim Dublin. Lane 3, New England Masters. Lane 4, Austin Swim Club. Lane 5, Wisconsin. Lane 6, Rocky Mountain. Lane 7, Illinois. Lane 8, Alamo area. Lane 9, Wisconsin.
And we just had Rocky Mountain Regional Masters win heat 1 with a time of 2:01.29. Way to go, Kim Crouch and team.
Big shout out to my mom down on the far side. Good job, Mom, on that breaststroke leg of your medley relay. Taking first into the wall for heat number 2 with a time of 2:03.89 is the Austin Swim Club. Good job, ladies. Tight race there at the finish. For all the spectators in the stands, we will be in need of some timers here after the relays. Some of the folks that are behind the blocks timing right now are athletes that have to swim this afternoon. So if you could come on down, help us out time for a little bit, it would be greatly appreciated.
For those of you that need a massage, we have a great company here, Hand and Stone Massage. They are to the west of the instruction pool, just beyond the partner village. Go on and see Hand and Stone, get a great massage.
As these races get a little faster and you got to throw on your tech suit, go ahead and cut your tech suit dress time in half by using Skin Slick. Skin Slick is the next generation of skin lube designed to help you slide right into that tech suit. This versatile product is a continuous spray lubricant that is easy to apply and is waterproof, sweat-proof, fragrance-free, and safe for all fabrics. Skin Slick is a great help for putting on those tight suits. Be sure to stop on over to the SBR tent over in Partner Village.
Heat 3. In lane 2, we have the team from Swim Fort Lauderdale, 3, Team Ridgely, 4, Sierra Nevada Masters, 5, Roll Bowl Masters, 6, Minnesota Masters, 7, New Albany Aquatics, and 8, New Mexico Masters.
We're in need of a relief timer for lane 3 on the even side. Lane 3 even side needs a relief timer, please.
You can go just behind any one of the lanes, or let me hang on just a second. Is Tony still running this? He wants to volunteer the time. Back.
Lane 4, Sierra Nevada Masters, with a time of 2:11.10.
Coming into the wall first for heat number 4 with a time of 1:53.15, Rocky Mountain. Goodness. Whew.
Heat 5, I have New Braunfels Masters in 3, Wisconsin Masters 4, Illinois Masters in 5, Ensworth in 6, and in lane 8, Lifetime Swim.
We have our next record attempt in the water for heat number 6. Time to beat is a 144.32. Lane 1, Austin Swim Club. Lane 2, Lone Star. Lane 3, Club Tribe. Lane 4, Cedar Flames. Lane 5, New York Athletic Club. Lane 6, the Olympic Club. Lane 7, New York Athletic Club. Lane 8, Alaska. Lane 9, University of Rhode Island. And lane 10, the University of Rhode Island.
Lane 5, Illinois Masters in the last leg.
Cruising right through, trying to take that record home on the far side is the New York Athletic Club.
What's the time we're looking for, Cody?
The time to beat on the far side in the even pool is a 144.32. Finer swimmers diving into the water, currently sitting at a 121.83. Do they have the gas in the tank?
And Illinois Masters with a time of 2:11.15 took first place in Heat 5.
It's going to be a close finish over there on the far side. Who's got the gas in the tank? 5 minutes to go. They're neck and neck, but coming into the wall first with a time of 145.87, the Olympic Club.
Final heat, Heat 7. In 1, Landshark Aquatic Masters. In 2, Rice Aquatic Masters. 3 is Ensworth Aquatic Masters. 4, Longhorn Aquatics. New York Athletic Club in 5, the Olympic Club in 6, New York Athletic Club in 7. All the way from Alaska, the Alaska Masters in 8, University of Rhode Island is in 9 and 10.
Third swimmers in the water right now, doing nothing but racing the clock to figure out who is going to take the first place finish here. Currently seated right now is the New York Athletic Club by just about a full body length. Followed behind is the Longhorn Aquatics, with the Olympic Club followed right behind. Breaststroke's one of those strokes where you either make the time or you break the time.
Nicole Larson in for New York Athletic Club. Dakota Luther from Longhorn, right on her tail.
This is going to be a very close race here at the end. Woo! Longhorn Aquatics giving the New York Athletic Club a run for their money. I better hear teammates start cheering. Who's got the gas in the tank? The final two swimmers enter the water. Does
Haley
Longhorn
Martin.
have it in the tank?
Haley and Margot.
Neck and neck at the turn. Nothing but 25 yards left.
Longhorn and New York Athletic.
They're neck and neck at the flags, coming into the wall first.
Oh, mercy, New York Athletic. 146.43. Nice race.
Very nice race there, ladies. Very nice. Next up, we have event number 11, the mixed 200-yard freestyle relay for swimmers, swimming at 50 yards each.
Always a lot of energy when you're swimming these 200s. Everybody doing a 50. See some great underwaters, a lot of legs. You young swimmers up in the stands, watch and learn. The legs drive the wolf.
There are 13.
I'll bring you more takeoff slip. We're just stalling.
Attention athletes, there is no break, so our next event is going to be event number 11, the mixed 200-yard freestyle relay. Heats 1 and 2 should be behind the blocks. All right, we're getting our thumbs up from Miss Terry. That means we are good to go.
Cody, I think we're going to sound like these commercials where they talk really fast. You can't understand anything. We'll try to announce the teams, but these are quick swims. Wisconsin in 3, Olympic Club 4, Fort Lauderdale 5 and 6, Wisconsin in 7.
That is one of the many talents you get to learn as a sports announcer. Is the faster the race, the faster you announce.
Again, everybody swims a 50 freestyle.
Taking the dive in on the far side, lane 1, Puget Sound, lane 2, Fort Lauderdale, lane 3, Wisconsin, lane 4, Wisconsin, lane 5, Rocky Mountain, lane 6, Lone Star, lane 7, New England, lane 8, Rocky Mountain, lane 9, Fort Lauderdale, and in lane 10, New Albany.
In Heat 1 at Swim Fort Lauderdale with a time of 2:05.34. In Heat 2, congratulations to Rocky Mountain Regional Masters with a time of 1:53.41. Heat 3, New Mexico Masters in 1, New Albany Aquatic in 2, Michigan Master 3, North Carolina 4, Rocky Mountain Regional in 5. In 6 is New England Masters, 7 New Albany, 8 Wisconsin, 9 Lone Star, and 10 Minnesota. In Heat 4, Lane 1, Sierra Nevada. In 2, New Albany. 3, Rockin' Racing. 4, Illinois. 5 is Longhorn. 6, Rose Bowl. 7, North Carolina. 8, New Braunfels. And 9, Alamo Area Aquatics. In Lane 4 in the odd pool, it's North Carolina Masters. Lane 5, Rocky Mountain Regional Masters with a time of 1:42.39. And Rockin' Racing in Lane 3 with a time of 1:49.55. Heat 5 in the odd pool, Swim Fort Lauderdale in 1, Rocky Mountain 2. Oregon Masters 3, Lone Star 4, Wisconsin in 5, Austin Swim Club 6, Southern Masters 7, Club Tribe 8, Wisconsin 9, and Land Shark Aquatics in 10.
Diving in on the far side is heat number 6, with lane 1 being Rose Bowl, lane 2 Tulsa, lane 3 Longhorn Aquatics, lane 4 Austin Swim Club, lane 5 Rocky Mountain, lane 6 Lifetime, lane 7 Longhorn, lane 8 Team Regula, lane 9 Alamo Area Masters at Alamo Heights, and lane 10 New Mexico.
Neck and neck for the last swimmers, Lone Star Masters and Wisconsin Masters. And coming up in 6 is Austin Swim Club. Lane 4, Lone Star Masters with a time of 1:39.64. Great relays. Heat 7, lane 1 is Oregon Masters. Lane 2, New York Athletic Club. Minnesota Masters in 3, New York Athletic in 4, O2 Performance in 5, Olympic Club in 6 and 7, New Albany is in 8, and Wisconsin in 9, and Georgia in 10.
Coming in first for heat number 6 with a time of 1:47.13 is the Longhorn Aquatics.
The Olympic Club out in lane 6 and 7. Here comes New York Athletic Club in 4. One swimmer left. Woo. Here comes O2 Performance. Can he catch her? The Olympic Club in lane 6 with a time of 1:32.35. Nice relays, everybody.
The mile.
Heat 9, Somerset County YMCA Masters in 1, Longhorn in 2. In 4, Heartland Swim. In 5, Wisconsin Masters. 6 is Woodland. 7, Minnesota Masters. 8, Austin. 9, Alamo Area at Alamo Heights. And New England Masters in 10.
In the water on the far side is heat number 8 with the Lone Star in 1, Ensworth in 2, Nova Aquatics in 3, Rose Bowl in 4, New Albany in 5, Rocky Mountain in 6, Minnesota in 7, Longmont, Colorado in 8, And in 9, Minnesota. And in lane 10, Club Tribe.
Longhorn and Heartland Swim Association. Neck and neck with 1 to go.
Heat 10 diving into the water with the Olympic Club in lane 1, lane 2, Michigan, lane 3, AGUA, lane 4, Club Tribe,
Longhorn
lane
Aquatics.
5, New York, lane 6, the Olympic Club, lane 7, Rocky Mountain, lane 8, the Olympic Club, lane 9, and 10, New York Athletic Club.
And it was Longhorn Aquatics in the odd pool with a time of 1:30.74, winning Heat 11.
Coming up to the fast heats.
I'm sorry, that was Heat 9.
It's all right, Scott. We're all human. We make mistakes.
We're just going so fast in these relays.
Just watch out, Scott. The water gets wet.
We have Connecticut Masters in 2, Sarpy County Swim Club Masters in 3, Central Texas Masters in 4, University of Rhode Island in 5, Swim Fort Lauderdale 6, Illinois Masters 7, Movi in 8, Freedom Aquatic in 9. Cody, I don't know about you, but I'm getting dehydrated up here. I think we're going to have to get out to the Infinite booth and get some of that hydration made by swimmers for swimmers. Go check it out. Stay hydrated this weekend.
Yeah, Scott, you have to stay hydrated because you have a big event tonight. Your coworker is getting inducted into the Texas Hall of Fame. I can't have you passing out.
Well, here we go. It's Rhode Island in 5, Swim Fort Lauderdale in 6. Here comes Central Texas Masters. And in lane 6, Swim Fort Lauderdale with a time of 1:44.83. Nice relays. Final heat of the 200 free relay. Club Tribe is in 1, Lone Star Masters 2, New York Athletic Club 3 and 4, Olympic Club 5, New York Athletic in 6, Cedar Flame 7, San Diego 8, Olympic Club 9, and Illinois 10. Look at the legs. Woo! We've got some great swims going on. Great race.
It's a close race here, Scott. 1 through 6, all within a half a body length.
All right, let's see who brings it home. Neck and neck, anybody's race. Ooh, great start.
These are the final swimmers. Final swimmers in the water. Top 2 touching the wall at the same time. Uh-oh. I think the Olympic Club was able to pull it up. Their teammates say so. But
Olympic
here they
Club,
come.
great underwater.
Into the wall first.
Oh, great underwaters.
Woo.
129.79. Great races, everybody. Love it.
If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends.
I see you singing up there. Don't make me be the only one. Yeah, there you go.
So what do you think about that?
All right, going up to Scott's favorite event. I'm trying to get him to go swim it, but he doesn't want to do it. This is going to be the event number 13, the men's 100-yard butterfly.
The men's 100 butterfly. Spectators were looking for 2 kicks per stroke in butterfly. 2-hand touch on all walls.
All right, we are also in need of a lot of relief timers. If I'm counting right, we're going to need 4 relief timers across the pool deck. 4 relief timers are needed over here on the pool deck. We need 1 for lane 3 on the odd end, 1 for lane 1 on the even end, 1 for lane 2 on the even end, and a couple others all around. So if you're interested in helping time, come on down.
And for all swimmers, a reminder that when you're setting the block, remember they only slide back so far. Please don't try to pull them off the rails. All right, this is heat 1 of the men's 100 fly. Howard Shine from Illinois is in 2. Robertus Vanderwey from Lone Star is in 3. Richard Abrams, Rocky Mountain in 4. James Elder, Olympic Club in 5. Bob Welty in 6 from Lone Star. In 7, Frank Williams, San Diego Masters. And 8, Norman Solberg from Minnesota.
Taking the dive is heat number 2, with lane 3 being Bruce Rollins, lane 4, Alan Bell, lane 5, Alan Bernard, lane 6, Lee Childs, lane 7, Richard Tompkins, and in lane 8, Leland Faust.
Cody, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty inspired by these guys here in heat 1. Every one of them is 80 to 85 years old, and they're doing 100 fly.
Yeah.
Great job.
They're way older than I am, and I can barely do a 25 fly.
I'm not even going to attempt that one.
I mean, I could do a 25 fly, but the official, every one of them would have their hand up.
Yeah. Great job.
So only the ones with jurisdiction.
Richard Abrams from Rocky Mountain with a time of 1:21.22. Nicely done.
Coming in first for heat number 2 with a time of 1:09.79. Out of lane 6 is going to be Lee Childs from the Sarasota Sharks.
We have the top of the even pair, right on lane 5, right in the middle. Swimmer, I think it's going to go get it. Thank you.
We did. Cody's is wrong. I'm not sure. Hang on. Let me load it.
In lane 3, heat 3, John Evers from Minnesota Masters. In 4, Cliff Stevens, Oregon Masters. Robert Kelso from Lone Star Masters in 5. Phil Dodson, Illinois Masters in 6. Greg Hayes from Los Angeles is in 7. And Tom Phipps from Oregon is in lane 8.
Diving in is heat number 4 with lane 1, Brad White. Lane 2, Christopher Tyler. Lane 3, Bill Izzato. Lane 4, Kevin Kyle. Lane 5, Scott Adams. Lane 6, Russell Hubbard. Lane 7, Keith Helbrich. Lane 8, Doug Merring. And in lane 9, Kenny Nuzerin.
Lane 4, Cliff Stevens from Oregon Masters, winning heat number 3. This is heat 5 in the odd pool. In 2, Bill Sherman from Movie Masters. Dennis Fisher from New Albany Aquatics is in 3. David Van Dam from Longhorn Aquatics in 4. David Lindstedt, Los Angeles in 5. Guy Davis from Longmont, Colorado is in 6. Mark Collins in 7. Stephen Fuselier in 8. Dale Charette in 9. And Chuck Burr in 10.
We're looking for some timers for lanes 7 and 8 on the even side. If you guys could come on down and help us out while we watch heat number 6 swim.
Lane
with
6, Guy Davis with a time of 1:03.15.
With lane 6 being Noel Fisher. Lane 2, Eric Johnson. Lane 3, Paul Walker. Lane 4, Richard Morris. Lane 5, Steve Nichols. Lane 6, Rick Van Dyke. Lane 7, Andy Cook. Lane 8, Michael Doyle. Lane 9, Eduardo Gonzalez. And lane 10, Tim Blackwood. You know, I love KTM, but sometimes I wonder why she put 2 deaf people as the announcers. Let me turn my hearing aids up. Thank you.
Sean Larson is in lane 1. Lawrence Lee in 2. Curtis Jenkins 3. In 4, David Wharton. In 5, Stephen Unruh. 6, Richard Patino. Marshall Campbell in 7. Rob Nasser in 8. Jeff Serpin in 9. And Norman Scourge in 10. And coming out first is Stephen Unruh with a time of 55.63.
We're getting to the fun parts. These are going to get really fast now. Lane 8 in the water on the far side. Lane 2, Juan Gary. Lane 3, George Qualley. Lane 4, Michael Baez. Lane 5, Keith Fryer. Lane 7, Jose Becerra. Lane 7, Stephen Devitt. And then lane 8, Kerry Stevert.
I think it was even. Yeah, 7 and 8 in the even. 7 and 8.
This is Heat 9. Chris Courtney in lane 1 from Phoenix Swim Club. 2, Brandon Semiloff from Excel. 3, Cliff Blaze, New York Athletics. 4, Cliff Harbaugh from Club Tribe. Then 5, Andres Vasconcelos from Alamo Area Aquatics. 6, Matthew Langley. 7, Art Sanchez. 8, Benjamin Reed from O2 Performance. Michael Foote from Rio Grande. And Patrick Baker, lane 4 swimming, is out in lane 10.
Diving in on the far side is heat number 10 with lane 1, Tucker Morris. Lane 2, David Dunson. Lane 3, Aaron Shapley. Lane 4, Ron Orris. Lane 5, Casey Barrett. Lane 6, Steve West. Lane 7, Peter Moore. Lane 8, Timothy O'Neill. Lane 9, Russell McDowell. And in lane 10, George Pinel.
And winning Heat 9 with a time of 59.11, lane 5, Andres Vasconcelos. Heat 11. Andrew Nann in 1, Corey Nichols in 2, Shane Stender in 3, Brendan Tully in 4. In 5 is Brent Moshlin. 6, Johnny Ivani. 7, Jonathan Armstrong. 8, Jonathan Matthews. In 9, Peter Bossler. And Jake Conka is in 10.
Coming in first for heat number 10 with a time of 53.19, representing North Carolina Masters, Timothy O'Neill. In the water on the far side is heat number 12. Lane 1, Chris McKee. Lane 2, David Bell. Lane 3, Scott Ayer. Lane 4, Adine Mitchell. Lane 5, Andrew Babcock. Lane 6, Adam Conway. Lane 7, Gabriel Costa. Lane 8, Daryl Stitch. Lane 9, Stephen Gold. And in lane 10, Luis De Leon.
And winning Heat 11 was Johnny Ivani, time of 56.70. Heat 13, lane 1, Arthur Devenish. In 3, Kirk Havens. John Batchelder is in 4. Chris Bremer is in 5. Torrance Ford in 6. In 7 is Eric Williams. 8, Doug Carrington. And 9, Austin Fraser.
Taking first for heat number 12 with a time of 53.61. Swimming out of lane 5 from Wisconsin, Andrew Babcock. Diving in is heat number 14, lane 1, Anthony Dyers, lane 2, Trent Shino, lane 3, Lucas Pearson, lane 4, Juan Valadicioso, lane 5, James Fink, lane 6, Daniel Lento, lane 7, Kevin Doak, lane 8, Calvin Selezdznik, lane 9, Benjamin Travelstead, and in lane 10, Jeff Pierce.
With a time of 1 minute, 0.15, Eric Williams.
Currently on the far side, James Finnick trying to break the record, currently set at a 49.2. Let's see if he's able to finish it out here. Coming in first on the far side with a time of 51.33. Out of lane 6 from Palm Beach Masters, Daniel Lantano.
Heat 15 in the water. Jason Cohen in 1, Peter Wildberger in 2, Eric McPeters in 3. In 4 we have Kevin Schuster. In 6, Justin Reynolds. Kenny Chang is in 7. Aaron Olszewski is in 8. William Duong in 9. And Ross Hartley in 10.
Attention coaches, could I get a representative from Texas Longhorn Aquatics and Cedar Flame to the announcer's booth, please?
They're right here. What do you need them?
Kevin Schuster from Longmont, Colorado Masters with a time of 54.01.
Down on the far side is heat number 16 in lane 1, Drew Olson. Lane 3, Andrew Burnbridge. Lane 4, Nader Amir. Lane 4, Jeffrey Haver. Lane 5, Eric Ness. Lane 6, Trace Stauder. And taking first for heat number 16 with a time of 53.81, Eric Ness from New Albany Aquatics. Also shout out to my coworker, Coach Andre. Good job, Coach.
In lane 1 for heat 17, Mikhail Stretlitz. In 2, Jeffrey Vivo. Eugene Godso is in 3. In 6 is Chandler West. Sean Reeves is in 7. Jason Wang in 8. Daniel Arteaga in 9, and Benjamin Van Roekel is in 10. Chandler West in lane 6 from Georgia Masters.
Longhorn, did I change the relay age by accident? Yes. Okay. All right. Got it. Just can it. All right. No worries. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Heat 18 is in the water on the far side. In lane 2, Regalado Gomez. Lane 3, Timothy Wang. Lane 4, Stephen Koss. Lane 5, Cameron Green. Lane 6, Aaron Frederick. Lane 7, Oscar Castillo. And in lane 8, Timothy Lane.
Heat 19, we have John Rittenhouse from Agua Masters in 1. Eric Muller in lane 2, UC 38. Ryan Troy, Oregon in 3. In 4, Keeler Callahan, New Albany. In 5, Matthew Schwipper, Nickel City. 6 is Elliot Batchelder from Illinois. Bo Montgomery is in 7 from Jim Montgomery Masters. Brian Hughes, the Olympic Club, in 8. Yael Garnica, Centro Deportivo in 9. And Hector Alahan Palafox Lopez is in 10. Lane 5, Matthew Schwippert from Nickel City Splash.
Heat 20 in the water on the far side. Lane 1, Ethan Chase. Lane 2, Jack Perdido. Lane 3, Thomas Luchter. Lane 4, Eduardo Solchi. Lane 5, Lucas Barrero. Lane 6, Tom Phillips. Lane 7, Tom Kramer. Lane 7, Caleb Sandoval. Lane 9, Andrew Brewer. And in lane 10, Stephen Edgar.
We have 21 in the water. Luke Albets, Gulf Coast in 1. Greer Martin in 2. Grant Swinney in 3. Liam O'Mara in 4. Nathaniel Adams 5. Jack Nystrom in 6. Gregory Gasson in 7. Matthias Altman Kurosaki in 8. And Zachary Bray in 9.
Coming in first for heat number 20 with a time of 47.91 out of lane 7 in the New York Athletic Club, Tom Kramer.
Liam O'Mara in lane 4 with a time of 56.78.
Heat 22 in the water. In lane 1, Luke Kelman. Lane 2, Logan Wintermer. Lane 3, Cameron Hendricks. Lane 4, Ghislaine Martinez. Lane 5, Ethan Pham. Lane 6, Sheen Tomey. Lane 7, Andrew Lim. Lane 8, Ryan Kelmer. Lane 9, Scott Nimke. And in lane 10, Thomas Horwitz.
Heat 23, Taras Polakov in 1, Avery Turney in 2, Everett Plosek in 3, Micah Murdoch in 4, William Salber in 5, and Chris Fletcher is in 6. Michael Lee is in 7, Carson Barnes 8, Braden Laufer in 9, and Sam Sock is in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 22 with a time of 53.96 from the Phoenix Swim Club is Cameron Hendricks. We're also in need of a relief timer for lane 9 on the odd end. If we could get a relief timer for lane 9 on the odd end, please.
Carson Barnes from New Albany Aquatics with a time of 52.78.
Heat 24 on the water. In lane 1, Zachary Julin. Lane 2, Jack Portman. Lane 3, Nicholas Tan. Lane 4, Sean Nee. Lane 5, Stephen Hush. Lane 6, Shane Forker. Lane 7, RJ Hemmingson. Lane 8, Nicholas Jernis. Lane 9, Murphy McQuett. Lane 10, Eric Livingston. Starting to sound like auctioneers over here. $50 in lane 1, $50 in lane 2. Go! 20 in lane 3, 20 in lane 3. Taking the win for heat number 24 with a time of 50.42 from the Olympic Club, Murphy McQuett.
Heat 25, Matthew Otto, New York Athletic Club in 1. Leonardo Laporte in lane 2 from UC05. Andy Song, Olympic Club in 3. Bryce Keblish, New York Athletic Club in 4. Zachary Fong in 5. Bryce Boston 6. Benjamin Kono in 7. Max Irwin 8. Peter Brooks in 9. And Sam Kettlewell Seitz is in 10.
Heat 26 dives into the water on the far side with Grant Combs in lane 1, lane 2, Nicholas Ashland, lane 3, Christopher Johnson, lane 4, Jack Toller, lane 5, Kevin Kennedy, lane 6, Alex Ong, lane 7, Jason Howard, lane 8, Daniel Whittiford, lane 9, Parker Humbly, and in lane 10, Reed Pazwiski.
Zachary Fong with a time of 48.28, winning heat 25. Heat 27, Kai Zeger in 1, Marco Zerunyan in 2, Danila Urzakov in 3, Caleb Rojas in 4, Joshua Fong in 5, Noah Schuerman in 6, Jonathan Affeld in 7, Eric Liao in 8, Nihar Vidhanala in 9, and Michael Ryan in 10.
We're currently in need of a relief timer for lane 8 on the odd end. A relief timer to lane 8 on the odd end.
With a winning time of 48.40, Jonathan Affeld from the Olympic Club. That completes the men's 100-yard butterfly. Well done, gentlemen. That was 27 heats, Cody.
Time for a breath.
We have 15 heats of the women.
We got somebody trying to do a cap retrieval over here on the lane 10 side. Got it, we'll wait.
Hey, there's a job in the Olympics for this now. We got our cap retriever diving in. We all have to clap like they did at the Olympics. Oh wait, no, it's when they get out of the water.
This is Heat 1 of Event 14. Connie Lindsay from Masters of South Texas in 1. Barbara Taylor, Hawaii Masters in 2. Penny Noyes in 3 from Ensworth. In 4, Chris Wingenroth from Dad's Club. 5, Susan Corsadal from Low Country Masters. In 6, Michelle Martin, Fort Lauderdale. Also from Fort Lauderdale in 7 is Cecilia McCloskey. 8 is Jamie Stewart, Masters of South Texas. From Menlo Masters, Daniela Barnea. And in 10, Ida Havlicek from Lone Star Masters.
Coming up here shortly, we are going to be in need of 4 timers. We're going to need some timers if you could make your way down. Coach Plummer is doing a very, very good job at keeping us informed on timing needs. He's telling me currently we are in need of 4 timers here in the next 15 minutes. In the water on the far side is heat number 2 with lane 3 being Pamela Falcinco, lane 4 Catherine Faust, lane 5 Lori Alti, lane 6 Anne Baris Alvetti, in lane 7 Elaine Vedez, and in lane 8 Cynthia Henley.
Congratulations to Penny Noyes from Ensworth Aquatics, winning Heat 1 with a time of 1:10.82.
Taking first for heat number 2 with a time of 1:11.75 out of the Wisconsin Masters is Lori Alito.
Heat 3 in lane 1, Deborah Elkis Abuhoff from Excel Swimming. In 2, Carolyn Kylie Kilpatrick from New England. 3, Arlene Delmage from Oregon Masters. In 4, Christine Frederick, North Carolina. In 5, Beth Burnbridge from New Albany. In 6, Val Van Horn Pot from Nova. 7, Robin Tracy. 8, Linda Irish Bostick. 9 is Kim Beers. And 10 is Karen Biferato.
Lane 4 is diving in on the far side, with lane 1 being Kristen Turner, lane 2 Carrie Atwell, lane 3 Wendy Birkins, lane 4 Karina Pollock, lane 5 Kristen Gray, lane 6 Katie Gilbert, lane 7 Carrie Stoller, lane 8 Kara Griffin, lane 9 Lauren Whittling, and lane 10 Titia Elenis.
Beth Burnbridge with a time of 1:06.65 from New Albany Aquatics wins heat number 3. In Heat 5, Lane 2, Vanessa Teitelbaum from Lane 4 swimming. Renee Wilcox is in 3, and she swims for Hawaii Masters. Rocky Mountain swimmer Bonnie Moss is in 4. Abby Pledger from North Bay Aquatics is in 5. Jennifer Pettick from Mount Lebanon Aquatic Club is in 6. Amy Meyer in 7 from Longhorn. 8, Dawn Lowry from Sierra Nevada. And Elizabeth Downey from Sarasota Masters is in 9.
Taking the win for heat number 4 with a time of 103.41 is Karina Polchek from Rocky Mountain. Taking the win for heat number 5 with a time of 103.2 out of lane 4, Bonnie Moss from Rocky Mountain.
To the flame. Heat 6 diving into the water on the far side with lane 1 being Michelle Clough. If I'm correct, lane 2 is going to be Kristen Turner. Lane 3, Jacqueline Day. Lane 4, Maureen Ray. Lane 5, Jennifer Brooks Crozier. Lane 6, Sonia Skinner. Lane 7, Helene Neberkry. Lane 8, Chixta Dyer. Lane 9, Aaron Schneider. And in lane 10, Molly Hoover.
I've got Heat 7 in the water. Lexi Torres from Wisconsin in 1. Danielle Crystal, Wisconsin in 2. Jen Speldiner from New Albany in 3. Lauren Moeller, Lifetime in 4. Liz Johnson, Team Texas in 5. Stacy Martin, 6. Trident Aquatics. In 7 from Stanford Masters, Gina Merrick. Chrissy Melson from Minnesota's in 8. Faye Aarons from Ann Arundel Amphibians is in 9, and Andrea Lucas is in lane 10. She swims for Masters of South Texas.
Taking the win for heat number 6 with a time of 59.26 from New England Masters, Jennifer Brooks Crozier.
Lane 4, Lauren Muller, time of 102.15. in heat 9, lane number 4, Caitlin Andrew, one of my family friends. She's going to tear it up. She's going to kick the whole way. Lane 1 is Lauren Friendrice, Chelsea Reynolds in 2, Allison Kluwer in 3, Caitlin Andrew in 4, Alicia Blondell in 5, Erin McGraw-Legan in 6, Kristen Pratt 7, Leslie Murray in 8, Sadie Chen in 9, and Katie Klein in 10.
All right, for those in the stands, it has just been brought to my attention that we are short a lot of timers, so the officials may be stopping the meet here momentarily if we do not get timers. Timers are very important because as much as we love Colorado, electronics do have human error.
Kick!
So we will need some timers or else the meet will be stopping at the conclusion of the women's 100 fly.
Erin McGraw-Legan from Genesee Valley with a time of 56.59.
Yeah, kind of keep making that inoculation.
Caitlin, do you need oxygen? Good swim. Heat 11. Rachel Sandoval is in 1, Haley Martin 2, Lindsay Shand in 3, Elise Pedotti in 4, Nicole Larson 5, Elizabeth McDonald in 6, Danielle Murphy in 7, Danielle Latimer in 8, Bronwyn Klein in 9, and Deidre Clute in 10.
Heat 10 on the far side coming to a close with a time of 106.2 leading it, and that is going to be Shannon Malpicki swimming unattached. Once again, Tony has notified me that we will be stopping the meet after the 100 fly. We have a handful of high schoolers that have to go back to school. Even though they don't want to, we're going to need some timers to replace them.
Nicole Larson, New York Athletic Club, with a time of 58.27. Heat 13 is in the water. Carolyn Morikawa, New York Athletic Club in 1, Megan Hackett in 2, Jessica Rupp 3, Virginia Burns in 4, Brittany Boy in 5, Natalia Savkovic in 6, Jacqueline Schaefer in 7, Mary Bernadette Escobar is in 8, Angelia Wu in 9, and Julia Gorman in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 12 with a time of 59.46, swimming for Rice Aquatics, Audrey Ettinger. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, just a reminder, we will be stopping at the close of Heat 15 until we get the timers that we need. Once again, we will be stopping after Heat 15 until we get the timers that we need.
Lane 5, Brittany with a time of 56.79. And Brittany swims for Rice Aquatic Masters.
Tony, could you do us a favor and raise your hand? I have a whole bunch of timers about to walk your way. You guys see Tony in his big green hat? That's the man for timers. Heat 14 in the water on the far side. In lane 1, McKinley Beecraft. Lane 2, Mary Loretta. Lane 3, Lexi. Lane 3, Lexi Schaaf. Lane 4, Dakota Lather. Lane 5, Lauren Green. Lane 6, Allie Howe. Lane 7, Hannah Trubel. Lane 7, Missy Cundiff. Lane 9, Isabel Blaze. And in lane 10, Delaney Smith.
I have Ashley Drotar in 1, Rachel Peach in 2, Nicole Cienega in 3, Margot Kasarowski in 4, Crystal Murphy 5, Phoebe Betts in 7, Lauren Johnson 8, Mick Tesluk in 9, and Imola Moreno in 10.
After flies done, you want to go grab.
Lane 5, Crystal Murphy from the Olympic Club. A time of 55.37.
Taking the win for heat number 14 with a time of 53.68 is Dakota Luther from Longhorn Aquatics. And that wraps up our women's 100 butterfly. We're going to get some of these new timers into play. Let the officials give the time to move around. So I think right now would actually be a really good time for us to thank all of our USMS officials standing out here doing absolutely amazing things. Those are all of our folks in white. We can give them a great big round of applause.
And all of you that are volunteering the time, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you as well. But don't leave. We still need you as we move into the backstrokes. If you haven't had a chance to get out to the partner village, you need to walk out there. Good time to get some sunscreen or some lotion from a couple of different locations, but you stop by there and see those guys and they'll help you out. We've got tier for suits, green layer, merchandise. You can pick up your pre-sale items. Try swim. There are jugs of shampoo and conditioner and lotion and so forth in the locker rooms. And Infinite Nutrition, again, you're probably getting hydrated. Stop by there, get a sample of their race formula. It's made for swimmers, by swimmers. Swim Trek, go visit them. Vacations with 50 destinations worldwide. And Cody, there's also an organization here that if you're 50 and over, you can participate in some worldwide games out in Utah. Stop by the booth, and there's a raffle for a free drawing for admission into those games. Over 12,000 participants in over 30 different athletic events.
Scott, I think there's another great group of folks that we need to give a great big thank you for, because we always come into this house every couple of years. We make a giant mess, and they're the ones that clean up after us. So if we give a great big, huge thunderous round of applause for the Northside Aquatic staff.
And doing a great job. And you can help us out by making sure that your area stays clean. And if you have lost an article of clothing, something other than an electronic, you probably want to go to the indoor pool and look in the lost and found boxes on the far side.
Starting off for event number 15, the men's 100-yard backstroke, we have heat number 1 in lane 3, Laurie Benjamin. Lane 5, William Learmouth. Lane 6, Max Zillner. Lane 6, Gordon Grieve. And in lane 7, Everett Smethurst. Taking the dive is heat number 2 on the far side. Lane 1, Dave Smith. Lane 3, Bill Livingood. Lane 4, Jack Iliff. Lane 5, Richard Birds. Lane 6, Bob Whitty. Lane 7, James Hogriffy. Lane 8, Tom Burgess. And in lane 9, Sandy Thatcher. All of the amazing men that you see in the water across the pool right now are all above 80. If I could please get a coach from Austin Swim Club to the announcer's table, please. A coach from Austin Swim Club to the announcer's table, please. Taking the win for heat number 1 with a time of 1:56.33 from Nova Aquatics, Everett Smethurst. Taking the win for heat number 2 with a time of 1:13.87 from Temple Place Aquatics, Richard Burns. We're still in need of a second timer for lanes 2 through 4 on the odd end. Heats 3 and 4 currently in the water. For Heat 3 in Lane 2, Henry McCready. Lane 3, Gerard Arnson. Lane 4, Wayne Helm. Lane 5, Stephen Heck. Lane 6, Kevin McPheron. Lane 7, Pete Rains. Lane 8, Jim Laurie. And in Lane 9, William Tendrick. Taking the win for that heat is going to be lane number 5 with a time of 1:13:33. Stephen Heck from Swim Fort Lauderdale. For heat number 4 on the far side, in lane 2, Clifford Johnson. Lane 3, Daniel Dudley. Lane 4, Don Donahue. Lane 5, Patrick Harrington. Lane 6, Gary Colton. Lane 7, David Hefner. Lane 8, Steve Lintz. And in lane 9, Paul Brown. Heat 5's beginning here on the near side, with lane 1 being John Shalene. Lane 2, Greg Tharp. Lane 3, Eric Van Boer. Lane 4, Cliff Stevens. Lane 5, Tom Wolf. Lane 6, Rick Abbott. Lane 7, Bruce Williams. Lane 8, Dean Ficos. Lane 9, Brian Vichard. And in lane 10, John Risden. Taking the win for heat number 5 with a time of 1:00:62 from Lone Star Masters, Tom Wolf. For lane 6 in lane 2, we have Richard Vale. Lane 3, Greg Joseph. Lane 4, John Rittenhouse. Lane 5, Boyd Black. Lane 6, Joseph Majera. Lane 7, David Johnson. Lane 8, Steve Hill. And in lane 9, Michael Miller. Taking the win for heat number 6, swimming unattached, is Joseph Majera with a time of 1:07:12. Starting on the odd side is heat number 7. Lane 1, Gerald Burbank. Lane 2, Bob Wilchin. Lane 3, Jay Lay. Lane 4, Craig Peterson. Lane 5, Robert Tierney. Lane 6, Scott Shake. Lane 7, Tom Barton. Lane 8, Robert Heath. Lane 9, Pete Tarpole. And lane 10, Ted Bird. Heat 8 starting on the far side, with lane 1 being Jose Barbel, lane 2 Robert Sayers, lane 3 Anthony Daughtry, lane 4 Christopher Tyler, lane 5 Kurt Gehring, lane 6 James Tyler, lane 7 Nim Major, lane 8 Douglas Heyman, and in lane 9 Michael Peace. Taking the win for heat number 9 with a time of 101, or heat number 7 with a time of 101.75. Tom Wolf from Lone Star. Heat 9 taking the splash in lane 1, Jim Mohan. Lane 2, Robert Friepa. Lane 3, Michael Moreland. Lane 4, Greg Wade. Lane 5, David Knittington. Lane 6, Thomas Grisa. Lane 7, John Davis. Lane 8, David Vaughn. Lane 9, Lex Pegasus. And in lane 10, John Studer. Taking the win for heat number 8 with a time of 1:00.7. Kurt Gehring from San Diego Masters. Taking the win for heat number 9 with a time of 1:06.7. Thomas Grissa from Wisconsin Masters. Heat 11 taking the splash with lane 1 being Mark Downey, lane 2 Sheen Larson, lane 3 Amelie Reed, lane 4 Ross Davis, lane 5 Kurt Dixon, lane 7 Stuart Carroll, or lane 6 Stuart Carroll, lane 7 Michael Stassi, lane 8 David Reddington, lane 9 Bob Badacci, and in lane 10 Cola Romano. Taking the win for heat number 10 with a time of 59.59. Nathan Bazili from Longhorn Aquatics. Taking the win for heat number 11 with a 59.26, Kurt Dixon from Golden Road. Heat 12 starting on the far side with lane 3 being Brad Schimid, lane 4 Brian Duke, lane 5 Russell McDowell, lane 6 Scott Hemke, lane 7 Aaron Schneider, and lane 8 Carl Knopke.
Jim Clemens, if you're on the grounds, will you come to the scorer's table, please?
Ooh, somebody's in trouble.
We have Sam Nettles in lane 1, John Rockwell in 2, Charles Rodis in 3, Michael Chiappetta in 4, Peter Moore in 5, Jens Christensen in 6, Byron Shevchik in 7, Dominic Mastraccio in 8, Edward Tiazzo and Rusty Miller filling out 9 and 10. David Ulesik in lane 5, 58.64. And Jens Christensen from Michigan Masters. Down in the even pool, we've got Austin Fraser in 2, Trent Holzman in 3, Brian Bergford in 4, David Ulasic in 5, Kevin Chen in 6, Doug Gilmer in 7, and Aaron Hawkins in 8. And in the even pool, we got Andrew Nan in 1, Abdil Garcia in 2, in 3, Tyler Lucht in 4, Benjamin Swan, Scott Ayer is in 5, Brett Salm is in 6, David Bell 7, David Denrich in 8, William Taylor 9, and Vince Delchuk in 10. And finishing first in Heat 14 is lane number 4, Brian Bergford from Rocky Mountain. Lane 5, Scott Ayer with a time of 54.29 in Heat 15. In the North Pool, Doug Carrington in 1, Mike Balestra in 2. Thomas Tredenek is in lane 2. Eric McPeters in 3. Matthew Saunders 4. Abraham Welt in 5. William Salber 6. Maxwell O'Connell in 7. And Ryan Ish in 8. And winning down in heat 16 with a time of 52 even is Daniel Lotano from Palm Beach Masters. Thomas Tredenek from Far Above Swimming in lane 2. Heat 18, Jeffrey Hayer in 1. Thomas Bullock in 2. Kyle Green 3. Rob Newell in 4. Eugene Godso in 5. Jeff Engie in 6. Brad Gorder in 7. Andrei Nikoshenko in 8. Sean Chalice in 9. And Chase Mesford in 10. Alan Shea is in 1, Stephen Koss in 2, Neil Gregerson in 3, Bo Montgomery 4, Michael Barrowcliff in 5, Tim Stumbaugh in 6, Christopher Pay in 7, Rob Roll 8, Alex Shea in 9, and his brother Adam in lane 10. We got the 3 Shea brothers swimming this heat. That was Tim Stanbaugh from Rocky Mountain in heat 19. In 20, Aaron Anthus in 1, McKay King 2, Thomas Luxinger in 3, Jack Preto 4, Tom Kremer 5, Austin Quinn 6, Adil Asaub in 7, Matthew Schwippert 8, Matthew Thompson 9, and Grant Proctor 10. Galen Martins is in 1, Noah Becker 2, Jared Yu in 3, Nathaniel Hubenthal in 4, Roderick Hughes in 5, Luke Brimbrich in 6, Byron Rossmiller in 7, Christopher Flynn in 8, Shane Forker 9, and Andrew Grohl in 10. Byron Rossmiller from Puget Sound. In lane 1, Taras Polakov 2, Joseph Carlisle. Trey Collick is in 3. Kevin Van Cleve in 4. Andy Song 5. Sean Nee 6. Thomas Dillinger 7. Nicholas Tan in 8. R.J. Hemmingson in 9. And Tyler Hayes in 10.
I need a coach from San Diego swim and swim for over there.
And
Fort Lauderdale, swim for Lauderdale. I'm still trying to find Jim Clemens. Thank you.
yeah. We need the coach from San Diego Swim and a coach from Fort Lauderdale to come to the timing stand here by the announcers. Coach from San Diego Swim and Fort Lauderdale. In heat 23, Caleb Lingy. In lane 2, Camilo Alvarez. In 3, Zachary Kappen. 4, Travis Nitkowitz. Fernando Rubalcaba Cruz is in 5. Luke Hemmingson in 6. Matthew Cooley 7. Nick Ashland in 8. And Lewis Quinn in 9.
That is the way we told me there. So, that was on the main back.
Time of 49.33. Fernando Rubalcaba Cruz from Team Walker. That concludes the men's 100-yard backstroke. We'll move on to event 16, women's 100-yard back. In heat 1, in lane 2, I've got Gail Marsh from Masters of South Texas. Nancy Krampitz from Wisconsin is in 3. Mary Pullman is in 4, and she swims with St. Louis. And 5, Diane Smith from Conejo Valley Masters. 6, Kip Clifford, Arizona. Thyra Tegner from Quicksilver. And Caroline Wood from Walnut Creek is in lane 8. Spectators and swimmers, we need a relief timer in lane 5 down on the even side of the pool, that scoreboard side. Heat 2, we got Carol Stark from Oregon. Elaine 3, Elaine Devenish. Andrea Hunt is in 3. Sally Guthrie is in 4. Cecilia McCloskey in 5. Georgia McDaniel in 6. Ann Vitt is in 7. Lynn Dusenberry is in 8. 9 is Pamela Christensen. And Patricia Gardner is in 10. Mary Pullman from St. Louis Area Masters, a time of 1:44.57. Cecilia McCloskey with a time of 1:13.34. And she swims for Swim Fort Lauderdale. We need a coach from Swim Fort Lauderdale to come to the announcer stand, please.
All right, Scott, I'm back. I had to go run up to the concession stand. The Northside Aquatic Boosters has some pickles up there, and ooh, it was refreshing.
Stop by and help out our local club, Alamo Area Aquatics. It's our booster program. Give back to the local club. Linda Calloway is in lane 1 from Masters of South Texas. Linda DeSanders, Lone Star Masters 2. Sandy McTavish from Arizona is in 3. Diana Ray, Lone Star in 4. Laura Val is in 5 from Tamalpais. Wendy McNamara is from Big Sky. In 7, Cynthia Lee, Wisconsin Masters. Carolyn Lyman is in 8. Debbie Glassman in 9, and Maureen Cantwell from Lifetime in 10.
We are also in need of a relief timer for lane 5 on the even side. In need of a relief timer for lane 5 on the even side.
Nice swim. 108.32 from Laura Val.
I take that personally because I view the outfield as mine. How old is she?
He hasn't even gotten Fort Lauderdale. I won't go there.
If he swam, because what I understood Claude to say, listen, see if I can say this. We did what? Yeah. So if the time is letting
Heat 5, Chandra Kelly from Alamo Area Masters of Alamo Heights. Lane 2, Deborah Kinnaman, Indianapolis. In lane 3, Lisa Witt, Lifetime Swim. Suzanne Senoff is in lane 4. Lane 5, Jennifer Pidek. Mary Holt Wilson is in 6. Kelly Anderson 7. Yvonne Hall 8. Jamie Holmes in 9. And Karen Keel Rosser is in lane 10.
Coaches, we're looking for a representative from Swim Fort Lauderdale to the announcers table, please. A representative from Swim Fort Lauderdale. I found him. Starting on the far side, we have heat number 6 in the water. In lane 1, Uni Iran. Lane 2, Robin Kelstick. Lane 3, Teresa Hill. Lane 4, Valerie Jenkins. Lane 5, Colette Sapie. Lane 6, Stephanie Saucy. Lane 7, Val Van Horn Pate. Lane 8, Janet Goodridge. Lane 9, Annie Rubis. And in lane 10, Jody Bergstrom.
A time of 112.96, Jennifer Pettick from Mount Lebanon Aquatic Club in Heat 5.
Jim Clemens. Jim Clemens, if you were in the facility, please come to the announcers table, please. Jim Clemens to the announcer table, please.
This is Heat 7. Rachel Reed is in 1. Kim Richardson 2. Stephanie Stone is in 3. Susan O'Brien is in 4. And Kristen Gray 5. Cecilia Wolf is 6. Margaret Gale 7. Chandra Hazlett in 8. Jennifer Brennan in 9. And Laura Lee Langman in 10.
On the far side, we have heat number 8 with lane 1, Martha Towers. Lane 2, Allison Moore. Lane 3, Lynn Dixon. Lane 4, Tama Trottet. Lane 5, Keitha Rubert. Lane 6, Linda Vaser. Lane 7, Jan Harito. Lane 8, Sherry Meyer. Lane 9, Andrea Brooks. Lane 10, Kelly Dean.
And Kristen Gary from New York Athletic Club. Time of 104.15. Wins Heat 7.
Taking the win for heat number 8 with a time of 106.27 from Dad's Swim Club, Linda Weiser.
Heat number 9, lane 3, Brooke Melkus is in 3. Emily Lewis Pinnell is in 4. Michelle Choi in 5. Julie White 6. Samantha Winkman in 7. And Carla Harms in 8. Julie White in lane 6 from Wisconsin Masters. Time of 1:10 even.
Heat 10's in the water on the far side with lane 1 being Chris Stitch, lane 2 Allison Carey, lane 3 Jessica Dyer, lane 4 Jane Kelsey, lane 5 Wendy Enderly, lane 6 Angie Griffin, lane 7 Keely Weber, lane 8 Jennifer Downing, lane 9 Leslie Hodges, and in lane 10 Stephanie LeBay.
We want to thank Missouri Valley Swimming for stepping up and being timers. You guys are doing a great job helping us out. Thank you.
Coming in with a time of 101.92, taking the win for heat number 10 is Wendy Enderly from Southern Masters Swimmers.
And in heat 11, we have Shelly Pettis in lane 1, Laura Bermudez in 2, Ashley Mankowski in 3, Elizabeth Niemeyer in 4, Shaylin DeYoung in 5, Meredith Atkins 6, Michelle Carey in 7, and in 8, Emma Anderson. Heather Moreno is in 9.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Heat 12 is off in lane 1, Sign Joanne's, lane 2, Christina Tooth, lane 3, Christy McGrail, lane 4, Nako Wantabe, lane 5, Jen Viewers, lane 6, Elizabeth Miller, lane 7, Molly Ward, lane 8, Megan Dorito, lane 9, Jessica Tannehill, and in lane 10, Salma Aubris.
Congratulations to Meredith Atkins. The time of 106 something. They switched the board. Students in PS 119 from Brooklyn, New York City, your teacher is swimming, Christina Bonanno. She is in lane 3. We also have Brianna Ross in lane 1, Stephanie Giancola in 2, Christina Bonanno in 3, our kinder teacher, Ann Larita in 4, Danielle Latimer in 5, Emily Carzez in 6, Jamie Filisette in 7, Jessica Kinsler, 8, Sabrina Nosher in 9, and Nina Williams in 10. PS 119, you should be cheering.
Heat 14 taking the leap on the even end with lane 1 being Bally Cole Evans, lane 2 Caroline Egan, lane 3 Liz Brockman, lane 4 Christina Druwitz, lane 5 Mara Roof, lane 6 Lauren Moeller, lane 7 Emily Prosciutto, lane 8 Bridget Kelly, lane 9 Marion Kiefer, and in lane 10 Tiffany Newell.
And Danielle Latimer in lane 5 from Puget Sound with a time of 103.68. Wins heat 13. Way to go, Christina. Your students were watching.
Taking the win for heat number 14 with a 102.97 from Lifetime Swim out of Dublin, Lauren Mueller.
Heat 15, Laurel Whitehead in 1, Leslie Murray in 2, Allison Kluwer in 3, Erin McGraw-Legan in 4, Annie Fitton in 5, Marie Ballinger in 6, Caroline Johnson in 7, Katie Klein 8, Carol Trium in 9, and Jacqueline Wilson 10.
Heat 16 in the water. Lane 1, Hannah Belzer. Lane 2, Natalie Garrett. Lane 3, Haley Martin. Lane 4, Caroline Korzewski. Lane 5, Brianne Ryan. Lane 6, Deirdre Cutie. Lane 7, Shayna Koleski. Lane 5, Carly Krupp. Lane 9, Caitlin Gagan. And lane 10, Alyssa Heyer.
Erin McGraw-Legan, congratulations.
Let's go, Coach Cassidy.
In lane 1, Cassidy Kelly. 2, Carolyn Sievers. Sophia Contreras is in 3. Shannon Lindsay in 4. Natalia Savkovic is in 5. Alana Schmitz in 6. Bailey Bickerstaff in 7. Riley Nielsen in 8. Madison Littlepage 9. And Natalia McDonald in 10.
Heat 18 in the water with lane 1 being Jessica Rupp. Lane 2, Mary Burnett Escobar. Lane 3, Catherine Ladd. Lane 4, Grace Zhao. Lane 5, Owlie Howe. Lane 6, Jacqueline Schaefer. Lane 7, Lauren Geiger. Lane 8, Harper Hemmingson. Lane 8, Abby Ewan. And in lane 10, Julia Moran.
Congratulations, Natalia, with a time of 104.19.
We're looking for a few timers on lanes 3 and 4 on the even end. If you guys come on down and help us out, it'd be greatly appreciated.
In lane 1, we have Gretchen Schroeder, 2. Himola Moreno in 2. Alejandra Betancourt in 3. Vivian Redmond in 4, Alexis Kramer in 5, Penny Lawrence is in 6, Elle Seidensticker is in 7, Lucy Brown 8, Bailey Judas in 9, and Sally Youngulo in 10.
Attention athletes, if you're trying to leave, for you it might be really hard because I'm holding your car keys. So if you're missing your car keys, come on down to the announcer's table if you can tell me what it is and potentially where you rented it from. I might be able to help you out. Or me and Scott are going to go for a test drive.
What kind of car is it, Cody?
I can't tell them that part. Heat 20 is in the water on the far side. Final heat for this race. Lane 1, Keely George. Lane 2, Rihanna Ramirez. Lane 3, Gianna Padlock. Lane 4, Audrey Ladowski. Lane 5, Jalen Hardy. Lane 6, Crystal Murphy. Lane 7, Valerie Bates. Lane 8, Abigail Carroll. Lane 9, Elizabeth Allen. And lane 10, Chelsea Tanner.
Congratulations, Alexis from Nickel City Splash Swim Team. Time of 104.87. That concludes the women's 100-yard backstroke. We'll be moving on to event 17, the men's 50-yard breaststroke. Chances are we probably won't be announcing names. This is just a 50, but we're going to give it a try.
Can I get a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and a 8 and a 9?
All right. This is heat 1. We have Everett Smithhurst in 3, Larry Good in 4, Norman Bartner in 5, Lori Benjamin in 6, Max Zollner in 7, and Graham Anderson in 8.
Starting off heat 2 in lane 1, Ken Pepkin. Lane 2, Tony Riker. Lane 3, Jose Frenmeyer. Lane 4, Andre Kook. In lane 5, Jack Iloff. Lane 6, Tom Burgess. Lane 7, Dave Smith. Lane 8, John Pullman. Lane 7, Michael Bowman. And in lane 8, David Butler.
And sports fans, you'll want to know that in lane 3, 4, and 5, our swimmers are 90 and 91 years old. 87, 86, and 73 out in lane 8. You guys are amazing. Just amazing. Thank you for your inspiration.
Taking first for heat number 2 with a time of 43.04, Jack Iliff from Maryland Masters.
You know anything about his grand prize? US Masters? Nobody here knows anything about it. Sorry. You got it? Okay.
Heat 3, Robert Weiner in 1, Charlie Kaiser in 2, William Traster in 3. Phil Kruger in 4, Alan Stark 5, Hubie Kearns in 6, Frederick Dory in 7, Patrick Klass in 8, Jim Laurie 9, and Clyde Akbar. Hubie Kearns in lane 6 from Swim Fort Lauderdale.
Just so everyone is aware, our Swim Treks guides will be hosting a meet and greet from 5 to 8 p.m. at Chicken and Pickle, a fun restaurant with tons of games beyond pickleball. Come learn how Swim Treks 50-plus worldwide destinations while socializing with your swimmers. The first 30 swimmers to arrive will receive a free drink courtesy of Swim Trek.
The prize is you get to take over for me. Here you go.
I'd rather have you than him sitting next to me.
I quit. I'm going home. Taking everything with me.
In lane 2, we have Stanley Lee. Don Hammond is in 3. William Lawson in 4. Dale Charette in 5. Dennis Fisher in 6. Brian Spivey 7. John Crockett in 8. And Andrew Auerbach in 9.
Heat 6 diving in with lane 1, Bob Anderson. Lane 2, Charlie Rain. Lane 3, Charles Michaels. Lane 4, Mark Richards. Lane 5, Boyd Black. Lane 6, Gerald Burbank. Lane 7, Bob Leland. Lane 8, Greg Meek. Lane 9, David Grimes. Lane 10, Felipe Mayer.
Congratulations, Dennis Fisher from New Albany Aquatic Club.
Taking the win for Heat 6 is Greg Burbank with a time of 33.86.
Tom Holmberg is in 1. David Lintz 2. Bruce Pack in 3. Greg Oxley in 4. Richard Neville in 5. Greg Oxley in lane 4. Swims for Landshark Aquatic Masters.
Taking the win for heat number 8 with a time of 35.01 is Lex Pegas from New Braunfels Masters.
Congratulations, Andrew Marriott from Rockland Aquatic Masters, winning Heat 9.
Look at that winner smile.
Taking the win for Heat 10 with a time of 27.31 from Mission Viejo Masters, Carlo Travini.
Alan Alonso is in 3. Marcus Thompson is in 5. Jason Cox in 6. And Brian Keating is in lane 7. Marcus Thompson from Ames Masters. Congratulations.
Heat 12 in the water on the far side. Lane 1, Ed Coates. Lane 2, Ross Davis. Lane 3, Mark Downey. Lane 4, David Whiston. Lane 5, Andrew Gale. Lane 6, Andrew Ellis. Lane 7, Mike Gaw. Lane 8, John Sandoval. Lane 9, Michael Turpin. And in lane 10, Larry Bulkus. Taking the win is going to be Andrew Gale with a time of 32.15.
P13, Stefan Union in 1, David Scott 2, Mark Belknap 3, and Rudy Espinosa's in 4. Jim Brandon 5, Doug Woodring in 6, David Lynch 7, Steve Kirkland 8, Doug Mosteller in 9, and Michael Luzin in 10. It's a 50 breaststroke.
I emailed this. I'm not sure if you guys saw it yet, but Swim Truck has a social tonight. If you don't mind reading that out a couple times. Sure.
in lane 1 for Heat 14, Bradley Boot. Lane 2, James Lebie. Lane 3, Brian McHale. Lane 4, Greg Spurls. Lane 5, Abraham Solano. Lane 6, James Conley. Lane 7, Brad Sigdahl. Lane 8, Vic Perini. Lane 9, Kirk Stackel. And in lane 10, Elson Eaton.
I already said it once because somebody asked if they could get an alcoholic drink.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no.
No, for that tonight, a chicken and pickle.
Break or something.
Taking the win down on the far side with a 28.74, Abraham Solano.
Lane 5, Ty Richardson from Alamo Area Masters of Alamo Heights, winning Heat 15.
Heat 16 in the water. Lane 1, George Pinal. Lane 2, Michael Goodson. Lane 3, Justin Smith. Lane 4, Baron Schweck. Lane 5, Steve West. Lane 6, David Dunson. Lane 7, Devin Pedricki. Lane 8, James Hooper. Lane 9, John Cleland. Lane 10, Dale Huggins. And taking the win with a time of 26.7, Steve West.
Jay Conka is in 2, Derek Bradshalis is in 3, Robert Hartman 4, Matthew Whitford 5, Martin Torres 6, William Taylor 7, Joel Davis 8, and Juan Garay is in 9.
'18 diving in on the far side. Lane 1, Clark. Lane 2, Dudrow. Lane 3, Armstrong. Lane 4, Gold. Lane 5, Garland. Lane 6, Greenwood. Lane 7, Mushlin. Lane 8, Bell. Lane 9, Wiggins. And in lane 10, Mitchell.
Matthew Whitford from Longmont, Colorado, wins Heat 17.
Taking the win for Heat 18 with a time of 28.68, Stephen Golden from Bola School.
Michael McClure is in lane 1, Carl Riley in 2. tight race here on Heat 19. Jeremiah Stan from Rio Grande Swim Club. Time of 32:01.
Heat 20 in the water on the far side. Coming into the wall first with a time of 29.26, swimming unattached, Josh Otis.
Calvin Schildneck from Little Rock Masters wins Heat 21. Valentin Prida from the Woodlands Masters. Time of 25.65. Lane 2, Austin Marriott from Masters of South Texas wins Heat 25.
Taking the win for heat number 26 with a time of 25.14, Eduardo Soliche from the Olympic Club.
That was the Olympian that just won it.
In that last heat, Eduardo Soliche from Spain swam in the 2016 Olympics and just won Heat 26. Jesse Schmidt from Rocky Mountain wins heat 27, time of 27.79.
Taking the win for heat number 28 with a time of 26.35. Carl Adverson from the Olympic Club.
Woo. 24.34 from Mark Andrew from the Olympic Club over in lane 8. Nice race, guys.
Taking the win of heat number 30 with a time of 25.48, Jonathan Effeld from the Olympic Club.
Great race going on here. The last heat of the men's 50 breaststroke. Woo! 25.29. Emilio Vicioso.
First heat of event number 18, the women's 50-yard breaststroke is on the water. In lane 2, Stephanie Smith. Lane 3, Gail Marsh. Lane 4, Betty Knight. Lane 5, Nancy Krampitz. Lane 6, Diane Smith. Lane 7, Patty Berg. And in lane 8, Nancy Stretch. Attention spectators, lane 6 on the odd side is in need of a timer. If we could have somebody come on down and help us out. Once again, that is lane 6 on the odd side is in need of a timer. taking the win for heat number 1 with a time of 56.59, representing Wisconsin Masters, Nancy Crumpets.
Okay, Tamara, let's go.
There's another one down there. Or is there? But I don't have much of a sense of that. Like, I have to develop a thick skin.
All right, well done. We've got another swimmer out in lane 7. Let's help bring her in as well. Come on, Patricia. All right. Let's go, Tamara. Lane 5, Low Knapp from Swim, Utah, 39.90.
taking the win for heat number 4 with a time of 36.43. Karen Marib from New England Masters.
In Heat 5, I have Delise Coleman, Dana Kilbert's in 4, Marissa Grenier is in 5, Caroline Freeman 6, Sean Feather 7, and Melanie Moore in 8.
This on? Very last one, red one. He's got it almost all the way up when he does it. There he's really loud. Don't say anything yet. They're starting. Now you can if you want to.
Test, test.
Heat 6.
Heat 6 in the water at the far end of the pool.
We do, you don't have to just because it's so fast.
Yeah.
Marissa Grenier from Swim Fort Lauderdale wins Heat 5. The time of 47.79.
Lane 3, Kimberly Guilfoyle, winning lane 6.
It's slowly coming this way, huh?
One of my first high school swimmers in lane 3. My first year. He was on the state relay.
Kim Crouch?
Kim Crouch.
Let's go, Julie! You have an extra pen?
Here.
Lane 5, Corinne Buck from Michigan Masters. Nice job, Kim.
Heat 8 off and running in the north end of the pool.
Still looking good.
Lane 7, Jennifer Nunez in Heat 8.
Congratulations to Leslie Winnett from Cedar Flame Swimming. Karina Plosa. Rocky Mountain? No.
They changed the names already.
Taking the win for heat number 12 with a time of 32.21. Swimming for Rocky Mountain, Karina Pollock.
I think they changed the board. She's swimming the next year.
Linda Visser from Dad's Club swim. Congratulations on winning heat 11.
Let's go, Mom. Go, Mom. Yep. Taking the win for heat number 12 with a time of 37.53. Arlene Guest from Stevens Family YMCA.
Jacqueline Day, 33.74 from Texas Ford Aquatics.
Shout out to my ma right there in lane 2 on the odd side, getting a new PR. Go, Ma. Taking the win for heat number 14 with a 29.74 from O2 Performance, Anna Calvis.
Gina Merrick from Stanford Masters. Nice race, ladies. Real close. Swimmers, I want to let you know that there is a social this evening sponsored by Swim Trek. It's a meet and greet this evening from 5 to 8 at Chick and Pickle. It's about 5 miles from here. Come learn about Swim Trek's 50-plus worldwide destinations while socializing with your fellow swimmers. First 30 swimmers to arrive will receive a free drink courtesy of Swim Trek. Look them up, Chick and Pickle, 5215 UTSA Boulevard.
Taking the win for heat number 16 is Ashley Morgan with a 30.01 representing Rocky Mountain.
Heat 19 in the water. First to the wall is Jennifer Boone from Lone Star Masters.
We're looking for a relief timer for lane 6 on the odd end. A relief timer in lane 6 on the odd end, please.
And it's Jennifer Boone from Lone Star Masters. A time of 35.00 or 80. I think my eyes are messing with me.
Taking the win for heat number 20 is Julia Hassan from Alaska with a time of 29.70.
In lane 5, it's Sarah Law from Illinois Masters. And yes, it is Sarah Law, 35.61.
Taking the win of event number 22 is Grace Zhao from the Olympic Club with a time of 29.39.
Heat 23 in the odd pool is the last heat of the women's 50 breaststroke. Ella Platic from Longhorn Aquatics takes the final heat with a time of 31.10. The swimmers, as I announced before, there is a meet and greet that's being hosted by Swim Trek. It's being held at one of our fun locations, Chicken and Pickle, and it's from 5 to 8 p.m. Come and learn about Swim Trek's 50-plus worldwide destinations while you socialize with your fellow swimmers. The first 30 swimmers to arrive receive a free drink courtesy of Swim Trek. You can look up the address for Chicken and Pickle, 5215 UTSA Boulevard. It's only about 5 miles from here. You'll enjoy it. It's a great location.
All right, next up on the slate is the men's 400 individual medley. This consists of all 4 strokes in the order of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle. 100 of each stroke.
Swimming in Heat 1 in the odd pool. In lane 2 is Henry McCready from Longhorn Aquatics. Leland Faust is in lane 3, swims with the Olympic Club. In 4, Stanley Master from Iowa Masters. Jim Clemens is in 5 with Sawtooth Masters. Richard Tompkins is in lane 6, and Richard swims with Maryland Masters. In lane 7 from Swim Fort Lauderdale is Bruce Rollins. The Olympic Club has swimmer William Van Horn in lane 8, and Illinois Masters has Howard Shane in lane 9.
Looking for a timer for lane 6 on the odd end. Timer for lane 6 on the odd end. Then over on the even end, we have heat number 2 in the water. Lane 1 is Sammy Nabib. Lane 2, Jeff Sylvan. Lane 3, James Lavery. Lane 4, Phil Dodson. Lane 5, Peter Gandani. Lane 6, Larry Wood. Lane 7, John Rinson. Lane 8, Mark Hepworth. And lane 9, Mark Glass.
Cody, we haven't had much break in between each of these heats. We do need to recognize some folks again. Our 2025 U.S. Masters Swimming Spring National Championships couldn't happen without the officials, our timers, our volunteers here at Northside, everybody pitching in. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. We also have several Olympians that are participating in this meet. Casey Barrett from Canada. He swam in the 1996 Olympics. Anton Ibsen, who has already broken a record here, swam in the 2016 and 20 Olympics. Vesna Shelnut from North Macedonia has swum in 2000 and the 04 Olympics. Michael Soderlund from Sweden swam in the 80, 84, and 88 Olympics, and he has 1 bronze. Eduardo Soleche, who has been swimming here, swam in 2016. Kirk Stackel from the United States in 1988. Juan Valdivieso from Peru has been swimming here today, 2000 and 2004. David Wharton from the United States swam in 88 and 92, and he has a silver medal. And winning a gold in 1996 was Ashley Whitney from the United States. There are some other notable fast swimmers that you've seen today. Richard Abrams, Richard Burns, Laura Vale, and the list will go on.
Scott, there's a few other folks that we need to give some great big thanks to, and one of them really, really does not like when I do it, but I think we need to give Kristen Liberdoni an absolutely huge thank you for not only 1, letting us be announcers, but 2, bringing this amazing event to San Antonio sports. So Kristen, a great big thank you to you and your team.
And she's doing the work behind the scenes, putting it all together for you.
Literally as she stands behind me, behind the scenes.
Make your way out to the partner village, D&J Sports, SBR Sports, Try Swim. Make sure that when you shower, you use their product, the shampoo, conditioner, and body wash. Got some lotion.
And then while you're over there, be sure to stop by the USA Swimming Foundation, as they are the philanthropic arm of USA Masters Swimming. It has a mission to save lives, build championships, and impact communities with the goal of creating generational impact, providing swim lessons to people of all ages. To learn more, visit usaswimming.org/foundation. taking the win for heat number 1 with a time of 5:50.31, representing Sawtooth Masters, Jim Clemens.
Swimmers and coaches, don't forget to sign in by 7 p.m. tonight online for the 500 freestyle, or the men's 500, and all relays tomorrow. This needs to be done by 7 p.m. this evening. In Heat 3, in the odd pool, we have Philippe Mayer from Swim Fort Lauderdale in lane 1. In 2, Keith Vandalarsha from Wisconsin. In 3, Jim Callanan from New Albany. In 4, Branch Archer from Longhorn Aquatics. Jeff Naylor from New Albany is in 5. Scott Shake from Arizona in 6. David Van Dam from Longhorn is in 7. And from the Olympic Club in 8, Mike Keck. From Movie in 9 is Anthony Thompson. And Jerry Lurigan is from Wisconsin, and he's in lane 10.
Swimming down on the far side is heat number 4, with lane 1 being Chris Osborne, lane 2 Greg Wade, lane 3 Thomas Grissa, lane 4 Jeff Irwin, lane 5 Fried Schuster, Lane 6, Tim Lennon. Lane 7, Robert Szwinski. Lane 9, Neil Fisher. Or lane 8, Neil Fisher. Lane 9, Steven Sheeman. And in lane 10, Jim Mohan.
Again, swimmers and coaches, don't forget to sign in for the men's 500 freestyle and all relays. You must sign in by 7 p.m. this evening to be able to swim tomorrow. Remember to stop by the partner village, check it out. If you've swum several events today and need a massage, we got Hand and Stone out there by the instruction pool to the far left of Partner Village. They'll do a great job for you. Jeff Naylor from New Albany Aquatics in lane 5 with a time of 4:50.65, winning heat 3.
Taking the win for heat number 4 with a time of 4:24.25. Fred Schuster from Phoenix Swim Club.
In Heat 5, swimming in Lane 1 from North Carolina is Mark Rubacki. In Lane 3, Randy Howell from Nickel City Splash. In 4, from Puget Sound, David Kays. Abraham Solano from Swim Kennedy is in 5. David Wharton from New Albany Aquatics is in 6. Michael Stassi from Rocker Racing in 7. In Lane 8 from New England, Douglas O'Brien. In Lane 9 from Los Angeles is Steve Kirkland. And Richard Krause from Swim Kentucky is in Lane 10.
On the far side of the water is Heat 6. Lane 1, Alex Fuller. Lane 2, Cliff Hubbard. Lane 3, Chris Danemark. Lane 4, Joshua Adams. Lane 5, Baron Schvick. Lane 6, Don Secor. Lane 7, Aaron Shapley. Lane 8, John Rockwall. Lane 8, Adam Weiss. And in Lane 10, CJ Rushman. Currently in the water on the outside, highlighting in Lane 6, David Wharton, past Olympian from 1998 and 1992, then standing on the pool deck, fellow teammate and current Northside staff member and past Olympian, Leanne Federer-Witt. Always nice to watch teammates get back together and cheer each other on.
Congratulations to Abraham Solano from Swim Kentucky, winning Heat 5.
Taking the win down on the far side with a time of 4:26.85 is Byron Shefik from Little Rock Masters.
Nice race, Heat 5. I have heat 7 in the water. In lane 1, swimming from Rocky Mountain, is Gregory Gasson. Also from Rocky Mountain in 2 is Nathaniel Hubenthal. Ryan Clemmer from Swim Fort Lauderdale is in 3. Nicholas Yang from Red Tide is in lane 4. Unclassified in lane 5 is Leonardo Laporte. Matthew Saunders from the Woodlands is in 6. In 7, Ross Hartley, New Albany Aquatics. Kevin Chen is in 8, and Joseph Gardner from Longhorn in 9.
Diving in on the far side is heat number 8 with lane 1, Keith Wiggins. Lane 2, Luis De Leon. Lane 3, Daryl Stitch. Lane 4, Gabriel Costa. Lane 5, Kurt Hikertkorn. Lane 6, Braden Tully. Lane 7, Benjamin Swain. Lane 8, Greg Clark. Lane 9, David Kraft. And lane 10, Stephen Gold.
After yesterday's long events, distance events, and today's 400 IMs, you're going to want to get over to Hand and Stone and get a massage for the end of your day. That'll get you all set for the social that's happening at Chicken and Pickle this evening. First 30 swimmers to arrive receive free drinks courtesy of Swim Trek. And that address is over at 5215 UTSA Boulevard. Again, it's only about 5 miles from here. Probably pretty close to all these hotels that you're staying in. Go visit with Swim Trek, learn about their 50-plus worldwide destinations, and have some great socializing time. Check in for the men's 500 freestyle and all relays tomorrow. Must be done by 7 p.m. this evening. Nathaniel Hubenthal from Rocky Mountain in lane 2 with a time 4:26.5 is the winner of heat 7.
taking the win for heat number 8 with a time of 4:21.42, representing Weiss Aquatics, Benjamin Swain.
Problem with USMS, we don't have any choice. The other one I already got.
Heat 10 diving into the water on the far side. Amazing swims going in. Lane 1, Adam Johnson. Lane 2, CU Young. Lane 3, Cam Buckingham. Lane 4, Chandler West. Lane 5, Peter Klein. Lane 6, Kevin D. Lane 7, Dustin Schneider. Lane 8, Nader Amir. Lane 9, Justin Reynolds. And in lane 10, Daniel Neal.
We're in the last part of Heat 9. Brian Bergford from Rocky Mountain, Billy Reinhart from the Olympic Club, David Hildebrand from Club Tribe, Rich Bowen, Felipe Mejia from O2 Performance just finished with a time of 4:15.86. Joseph Anderson is in 6, Jim Tully in 7, Brendan Clark Griffin in 8, John Batchelder in 9, and Derek Duffy in 10.
Taking the win for heat number 10 with a time of 4:05.81 from the Santa Rosa Masters, Peter Klein.
Will you have Tony, will you radio and have him come over here for a minute? We have Heat 11 in the odd pool. We have Yael Garnikov from Centro Deportivo, Tim Stumbraw from Rocky Mountain, Joshua Lefebvre from Wisconsin, Weber. Aaron Helander from Michigan, Anton Ibsen, one of our Olympians from New York Athletics. Austin Quinn, New York Athletic Club, is in 6. Daniel Gutnayer from New Albany in 7. Christopher Stickle, St. Pete Masters in 8. William Hartge from Bulls in 9, and Aaron Foreman in 10. Coach Plummer, Tony Plummer.
Coach Plummer.
Tony, come to the announcer's table, please. I know. Hand it off to somebody for a second.
Diving in on the even side is heat number 12. In lane 1, Baron Rossmiller. Lane 2, Blake Woodrow. Lane 3, Bice Kabesh. Lane 4, Braden Loeffler. Lane 5, Zachary Fong. Lane 6, Mark Andrew. Lane 7, Sheen Tomey. Lane 8, Matthew Urkison. Lane 9, Andrew Stublin. And in lane 10, James Pernoskry. We're in need of a relief timer for lane 6 on the odd end. Relief timer for lane 6 on the odd end, please.
We are in need of some relief timers. Come help us out, please. You can cheer at the same time. We've seen you dancing, shaking. Come on, grab a stopwatch. Come on down, help us out. Anton Ibsen from New York Athletic Club, 4:02.19, winning heat 11. And Anton swam in the 2016 and 2020 Olympics. Congratulations. Thanks for being a part of this great event. This is the final heat of the men's 400 individual medley. In lane 1, from Merritt Marlins, Jackson Borchers. Reed Pozeski from Wisconsin is in 2. Joseph Frankovich from Swim Fort Lauderdale is in 3. From University of Rhode Island, in lane 4 is Ben Thomas. Michael Owen from Club Tribe is in 5. In 6, Ethan Hansberry from Rocky Mountain. From North Carolina, in lane 7, Adam Sheffitz. In 8, Matthew Yoffe from Connecticut. In 9, Hal Squires from Southern Masters Swimming. This is our last heat of the men's 400 individual medley. Relief timers are needed. Please step down onto the deck and help us out. Come to the middle of the 2 pools and we'll give you a lane to help.
We're currently in need of some relief timers on the odd side in lanes 5 and 6. If you guys could come on down, help us out. There's only one event left, consisting of 14 heats. If you guys could come help us finish out this day, it would be greatly appreciated. Some of our staff members have some evening activities they have to go to. So if you guys come on now and help us out, get this event finished out. And coming into the wall first for Heat 13 with a time of 4:28.69 in lane 6, Ethan Hansberry from Rocky Mountain. Taking the leap is our first heat of event number 20, the women's 400-meter individual medley. In lane 5, Daniela Barrera. Lane 6, Mary Pullman. And in lane 7, Nancy Stretch. Heat 2 takes a dive in lane 1, Ann Kendrick. Lane 2, Tamara Steele. Lane 3, Penny Nose. Lane 4, Chris Wongroth. In lane 5, Carolyn Lyman. Lane 6, Stephanie Scott. Lane 7, Molly Myers. Lane 8, Michelle Martin. And in lane 9, Jamie Stewart. Coming in first for heat number 2 with a time of 6:10.58, representing Ensworth Aquatics, Penny Nose. Coming in first for heat number 1 from Milano Masters with a time of 7:27.47, Daniela Bernena. Good job, Miss Nancy. In the water currently in the odd pool in lane 1 for heat 3, Linda Larson. Lane 2, Pamela Falcino. Lane 3, Ann Barreras Olivedo. Lane 4, Elaine Valdez. Lane 5, Lori Alito. Lane 6, Kim Watson. Lane 7, Sherry Nutchman. Lane 8, Phyllis Quinn. Lane 9, Cynthia Henley. Lane 10, Blair Blockman. Then on the even side in Lane 1, Sarah Wiseman. Lane 2, Kathleen Taylor. Lane 3, Robin Klesnick. Lane 4, Arlene Delmidge. Lane 5, Stephanie Saucy. Lane 6, Christine Frederick. Lane 7, Catherine Tipton. Lane 8, Linda Irish Bostick. Lane 9, Susan Dickens. And Lane 10, Teresa Fonrick. Taking the win for heat number 3 with a time of 5:49.8 8-9 from Wisconsin Masters, Lori Alito. Currently in the water for heat number 5 in lane 3, Megan O'Connell. Lane 4, Susan O'Brien. Lane 5, Jennifer Wielderman. Lane 6, Cheryl Simmons. And in lane 7, Heather Huntener. For heat number 6 in lane 1, Michelle Carey. Lane 2, Lindsay Price. Lane 3, Chelsea Gibbons. Lane 4, Fee Arns. Lane 5, Kathleen Stutz. Lane 6, Christine Perry. Lane 7, Elizabeth Wilkinson. Lane 8, Camille Tan. And in lane 9, Kristen Voles. We have quite the race going on here on the outside. close finishes there. But leading out on top with first place with a finish time of 5:34.64 from New England Masters, Susan O'Brien. Taking the win for heat number 6 with a time of 5:07.76 from Lone Star, Maureen Ray. Starting as heat number 7 in lane 1, Vanessa Teitelbaum. Lane 2, Renee Wilcox. Lane 3, Mary Sullivan. Lane 4, Keitha Robert. Lane 5, Bonnie Moss. Lane 6, Allison Hayden. Lane 7, Julie Desiruli. Lane 8, Jennifer Attig. Lane 9, Nancy Massage. And in lane 10, Lisa Sedeta. Diving in, we have heat number 8 in lane 1, Emily Lewis Pinnell. Lane 2, Dawn Laurie. Lane 3, Chris Stitch. Lane 4, Kelly Darlick. Lane 5, Lisa Whidden. Lane 6, Jacqueline Day. Lane 7, Jennifer Downing. Lane 8, Jennifer Rhines. Lane 9, Tatiana Barbosa. And in lane 10, Marta Ann Tidu. We are in need of a replacement timer for lane 10 on the even pool. Once again, we are in need of a replacement timer for lane 10 on the even pool. Taking the win for heat number 7, representing Rocky Mountain with a time of 5:05 flat, Bonnie Moss. Splashing in is heat number 9, with lane 1 being Cynthia Roberts. Lane 2, Martha O'Brien. Lane 3, Melissa Cumberland. Lane 4, Vanessa Shilnut. Lane 5, Stephanie Reuser. Lane 6, Jody Quinnell. Lane 7, Elizabeth Miller. Lane 8, Claire Hine. Lane 9, Katie Penderson. And in lane 10, Jennifer McTire. Taking the win down on the far side with a time of 4:59.42, representing Texas Ford Aquatics, Jacqueline Day. Diving in is heat number 10 in lane 3, Bridget Kelly. Lane 4, Sydney Ray. Lane 5, Sammy Fronick. Lane 6, Tiffany Newell. Lane 7, Lexi Turek. And in lane 8, Megan Hackett. Diving in is heat number 11 with lane 1, Caroline Egan. Lane 2, Mary Holman. Lane 3, Jen Spindler. Lane 4, Lauren Fredris. Lane 5, Erin McGraw-Lagine. Lane 6, Kristen Sika. Lane 7, Sarah Holman. Lane 8, Brittany Webb. Lane 9, Samantha Hammerly. And in lane 10, Danielle Christel. Taking the win out of heat number 10, representing the Cedar Flames, swimming with a time of 5:34.4, Megan Hackett. Hey, I heard that up there. You don't even look 21. How do you know what that is? Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into our last few heats, a few great big thank yous for today. Our day 2 is drawing to an end, and I believe that some amazing people deserve a great big round of applause. Number 1 is our USMS officials. Next up is going to be our USMS coaches. My favorite, all of our volunteer timers. Our people that always go unnoticed, but they sit in the corner of the pool and watch the professionals do the job and are there in the event something goes wrong. Our lifeguards.
And then our people that decide how much they like you, depending on how much mess you leave behind, the NISD aquatic staff. Be sure that you guys enjoy your evening. Remember, Swim Trek will be hosting a meet and greet tonight at Chicken and Pickle from 5 to 8. As you depart your way out of the facility, please ensure you pick up your trash around you. But before that, let's get the first few races complete. Go ahead, Zoe. Heat 12 dives into the water with lane 1, Stephanie Grangola. Lane 2, Kathleen Pruden. Lane 3, Caitlin Gregan. Lane 4, Shayna Klozowski. Lane 5, Alyssa Podit. Lane 6, Lucy Rikaka. Lane 7, Kelsey Liu. Lane 8, Caroline Filippati. Lane 9, Elizabeth Vanderwedge. And lane 10, Anzelika Matzi. All right, this one is going to be for the athletes. So at the conclusion of the 400 IM, the indoor pool and the dive will be closed. The competition pool will be open for approximately 30 minutes, and then awards will also be open for 30 minutes. Next up, we have our final heat of the women's 400 individual medley. Racing it out for the final heat of day 2 of the 2025 USMS Spring National Championship. In lane 4, Alejandra Betancourt. Lane 5, Valerie Bates. And lane 6, Abigail Sheridan. In our final heat here, Abigail Sheridan has about a full body length lead over Valerie Bates. First stroke complete, Abigail holds the lead. Going into the final stroke, Valerie and Abigail almost stroke for stroke. Let's cheer them on. I'm trying to see if I can, who has a louder cheering team from the opposite end of the pool. Who's rooting for Abigail? Who's rooting for Alejandra? What about Valerie? All right. And with this touch, that means the indoor pool and the dive well are closed. Once again, the indoor pool and the dive well are closed. If you could please clear the indoor pool and the dive well, it would be greatly appreciated. And taking the first place finish with a time of 4:53.42, representing the Land Shark Aquatic Masters, Abigail Sheridan. Athletes, at this time, the indoor pool and the competition or the dive well are closed. You may use the competition pool for cool down. It will be open until 3:45. Once again, the indoor pool and the dive well are closed. The competition pool will be open until 3:45. The awards table will also remain open until 3:45. At that time, all pools will close.